assets. Honorable delegates, I would like to remind you that the rules, in particular sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 shall apply in this sitting. In accordance with the Council Rule 229, sub-rule 1, there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to the questions, may I take this opportunity and welcome the Minister of Human Settlement and as well as the Minister of Water and Sanitation. You are welcome, warmly welcome, ministers. It's always a pleasure having you to come and account to the people of South Africa on the work that you are doing to transform their lives. And also in this sitting, we are joined by the MECs for both departments. They have joined in a virtual platform. We also welcome them. We also have the delegates of SALGA, and let me also pass our warm greeting to the special delegates as well as our permanent delegates. I would also like to remind delegates that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council, the time for the reply by the ministers to question is 5 minutes. And we have made provision for 4 supplementary questions per question. And the member who has asked the initial question would be the first one to ask a supplementary question. The time that is allocated for the minister to respond to that supplementary question is 4 minutes, and the member who's asking the follow-up question is 2 minutes. And the supplementary questions, honorable members, we are requesting that they emanate from the initial question that has been posed to the minister. Now, having said that, I now call upon Honorable Minister of Human Settlement, Umama Uthembi Nkadimeng, to respond to question number 66 that's been asked by Honorable Kaunda. Over to you. You can take the podium, madam.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The question from Honorable Kaunda emanates from the abandoned or stalled projects. It wanted the quantities and the reasons for disruptions thereof. As of 2025-2026 financial year, informed by our provincial business plans, we as a department undertook a target to unblock about 212 projects nationally that are categorized as blocked, abandoned, or stalled due to a number of reasons which I will articulate to, totaling to a funding project allocation of about 37 billion. The province has identified and prioritized the undertaken structural assessment and committed to unblock and complete all the incomplete projects. In the Free State, which is the province that is hardly hit, we have about 154 unblocked projects. We've even went to an extent of categorizing incomplete projects like what you will call slabs, either a foundation that was dug, a slab was put and a house was not, or the material use could have been not of good quality, or the product that came out is also not satisfactory. We faced mostly contractor abandonment in the Free State, which was a problem. It is followed by Gauteng. The number of blocked projects in Gauteng, there are 12. But you will note that the number in terms of the project could be one, but it will involve quite a number of households. So I don't mean it when I say 12 blocked projects, I mean 12 houses. I mean, that could be not the interpretation. Yes, notably it's mega projects, as I say, mainly it's stalled community residential, what we usually called hostels, and their upgrades. And it's due to services delay and the incapacities of metros to ensure that they install projects faster. In KwaZulu-Natal, it's 9. In Limpopo, it's 4. In Mpumalanga, it's 2. In the Northern Cape, it's 3. In Eastern Cape, there are no stalled projects, but we did highlight the mud housing. They are not stalled. But if you will recall in the previous years, the categories and the APPs which had dedicated mud houses, we fell behind schedule, and we think we need to categorize as an area that needs to be improved on. In Northwest is 21. It's 21 mega projects as well. You'll find that one project has about 580 or 800 households in a particular area. In the main, in the Northwest, we have experienced administrative delays, and the projects will fall off from the cycle. And the Western Cape is 7 blocked projects, and mostly it's because there are large volumes as well, and the projects are mega, and the infrastructure and land constraints. Western Cape has a very different challenge. Most of the projects will emanate even from a court outcome or a court finding, or in the middle, they will take one another to court, and that stalls projects. We've taken steps, as I've indicated, for identification to make sure that there's multiple interventions and ratifications. We've jointly have a team in terms of suspension of payments where the quality and work has not been done, and submission to Public Works in relation to contractors who don't comply. We're prioritizing projects that are 10 years or more in terms of the intervention, particularly in the Northwest and the Free State. Not that the others, you don't make them important, but they are in the stages in terms of when they started. The reactivation of all the long delayed projects from 2006, as I said, to 2014, and also to ensure that the CRU program is unlocked. Bulk infrastructure, as I've indicated, we've created a percentage in terms of our grants, the USIDG and the RDP, to ensure that the service sites, but there's also a bulk infrastructure that could be undertaken per project, and we allocate our budget in line with the policy to ensure that there's density maximization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. No, you can stand there. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Is there a follow-up question, Honorable Kaunda?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your comprehensive response. In accordance with our Provincial Week of the NCOP 2025, we have identified that there are critical housing infrastructure projects that were stalled due to non-payment of contractors, by provincial departments, contractual disputes, and cancellation of contracts due to poor performance by the contractors. In this regard, how many such projects have been reactivated? 2, what were the escalation costs associated with the reactivation of these projects? And how has this impacted the funding of housing delivery in outer years within the current medium-term expenditure framework? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I've indicated, Honorable Kaunda and the House, that in the year 2024-2025, we've had a combined project of over 200, of which we had highlighted them as unblocked projects, and we're able to deliver no less than 815 units spread across the country. And this is the households now as part of what has been budgeted to prioritize the issue. We have reactivated due to challenges that we've had. This is usually to ensure that we assist the provinces as they write that the business plan, as I indicated, to deal with the issues in relation to the prioritization into the conditional grants, the US HSDG and ISOP, to make sure that these are prioritized as part of rebuilding. And secondly, we have also looked into the reactivation or the rectification of our emergency housing and CRU programs in relation to ensuring that some of the projects, as I have said, particularly in the Eastern Cape and in rural areas, because of the emergency, a disaster that would have happened and the non-response, you find that the house was not done and at the time that it was allocated for. And we cluster it as part of prioritization in the unblocking to ensure that those people are not left behind. You'll find that it's very prevalent in KZN. It's prevalent with the mud houses in the province of the Eastern Cape. Those who have got experience in KZN will recall that we were able to relocate the 2020 floods only in the financial year of 2020-2025 due to the unblocking part of the projects. And the projects have not yet concluded, but we are en route in Kunubi, eThekwini in the main, to deal with that unblocking. Thank you very much, Host Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next follow-up is from Honorable Skier Kochel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, Katerina Tutetsi and her 85-year-old mother, Marta Tutetsi, from 5315 Pomolong, Namahadi, in Mafube local municipality, was handed over an RDP house from MEC Saki Mukwena in 2023 that is not connected to sewer or water infrastructure. All these houses handed over never connected to sanitation infrastructure. They are forced to use bucket toilets and discard the excrement in the adjacent field. Walk almost a kilometer to communal tap because Mafube delivers water to Pomolong maybe once every 6 weeks. This is disgraceful, Minister. So how do you, as the government's custodian of Section 26 of the Constitution, ensure that these stomach politicians are held accountable to ensure that South Africans get adequate dwellings and not matchboxes without any dignity? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I did indicate that mainly in the Free State and in the Northwest, this challenge is very prevalent. From the top of my head, I recall no less than 5,000 households in the Free State, if I am recalling my report properly, that are facing the type of that situation. That project is actually, or that problem is more prevalent, I think in Ward 7 in Mangaung. Almost all the houses that were built there were built outside, and it's quite a number. I'm sorry, there's a fly that is distracting me. It's quite a number of them. And that's where our prioritization jointly with ourselves and the province is about. We just did not prioritize orally. One, we forced the business plans that it needs to be structured twofold, 80% unblocking and 20% new projects. It doesn't make sense to start something new when you have not totally concluded something that has been done previously. And that's what informed what and how we approved our business plan. Secondly, we went into our grant and created a condition for sewer in our human settlement development grant for waste. Municipalities like Rand West and whatever, they are putting their bulk sewer to deal with this unblocking using the very same mechanisms that we have put and set in place, internal and street roads and solar electrification. We do not have not yet the right, not unless the municipality would have applied directly for installation of electricity for them to be able to utilize that. We have even gone further, because some of the areas, because of such challenges, they even create filth around, the dirt, the erosion of the soil. that a portion of no more than 2% of that grant by that province for that specific municipality can be utilized for what we call waste rework in the topsoil. It can even include them purchasing mechanics or material that will assist them to be able to rework the land. So municipalities can even purchase to an extent of tipper trucks and to collect the waste as well, because we are a Department of Human Settlement, not of housing. So we need to take extreme care in terms of ensuring that the waste is collected. There's no sewer that is running down your street. We are able to do that. So it is in the planning of the provinces, therefore, in terms of priorities. But I concur with you, we'll do much to try and cover. This challenge is very extreme and prevalent in the Northwest and in the Free State. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We are now proceeding to Honorable Mampuru, who has joined in through the virtual platform. You may ask the Minister the question, Honorable Mampuru.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, here in Tembisa, there is a building which have been standing for almost 4 years, uncompleted, while our people are without houses. And having said that, Minister, the severe crisis of abandoned buildings and stalled housing projects across the country is concerning, as it leaves behind a trail of partially built infrastructure, unpaid contractors. In light of this, what consequence management steps have you taken against officials and contractors who contribute towards these delays, poor performance, non-payment, or irregular contractual dispute that lead to such project being abandoned? And lastly, Minister, what measures have you put in place to ensure that all the stalls housing projects are completed within the fixed and monitored time, so that such buildings like the one we have in Tembisa, Ward 4 in Hospital View, is being completed? Thank you.
Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mampuru. Let me reiterate the measures which I think I have articulated from the provision of the budget in terms of ring fencing it for unblocked projects, and secondly, to make sure that they are prioritized in our business plan. We do not approve a business plan. We don't release funding if the provinces, including metros, have not categorized the unblock and the speeding up of the projects. I want to zoom into specifically the Tembisa projects, two of them, one in the hospital view that you spoke about, one which was concluded, not necessarily 100%, but at least there's been progress, I think of about 180 units, if I recall my report from HED, and both the minister and the premier were in Clayville yesterday as part of unblocking projects and handing over projects. The next project, which is in Tembisa, I'm not very good with Tembisa, but I can tell you it's just very close to Pumlani Mall. I've visited it myself. I think it has a carrying capacity of around 5,000. It's 2 blocks, which was done on our IPT systems. It's actually the misnomer of council here, the change of hands. And this is where you see how bad coalitions can be. A project was right up to 80% completion. There was a change of hands. The mayor who got in after 2021 abandoned the 88% complete project, and it got vandalized. We went there. The reason why I even know where it is because I went myself to go to ensure that my NHBRC team do the assessment so that we could look as to whether how much do we need to recapacitate. So that has taken a fallen short of people of about 5,000 who could have been housed in that. Council must take responsibility for that, for reprioritizing the plan at the hands of council and the budget that was allocated for that project in Tembisa and move them to other areas. Typically, it happens when the change of hands is not necessarily from one area which views the Africans as the best also, who are equal to beings. They move the money into other areas. The filth that is in Tembisa leaves much to be desired amongst others. We have allowed them to buy fleet to clean their area. And this project will be reprioritized, including the continuation of the completion of both Hospital View and Clayville. Monroe's is one of the other projects, not necessarily in Tembisa, but is in Gauteng, which was concluded, but vandalized. Jablane is the same, the mega in Soweto, which was almost concluded, but vandalized, including its hostels. So we are on the pipeline of those 12 projects in Gauteng, including our social housing projects, etc. There are about 11 of them spread across the country. You cannot be able to deal with them at a go. But honorable member, I think it should give you comfort that when you talk about the project, I know it, I've been there, I've seen it, I know what are the challenges. The fiscals allowing is what I will be able to utilize to make sure that the unblocked projects do move. Of course, I do rely on your oversight as well, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Farmer, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister. What mechanisms are in place to prevent politically connected or underperforming contractors from being repeatedly appointed? Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Farmer. We have set, using the Built Environment Committee, which ourselves as Human Settlement, led by the Department of Public Works and its ministry, to make sure that, one, we create norms and standards for both our contractors in the traditional, that is your brick and mortar, into our introduction of the IBT systems now, which is innovative building technologies. We're also relooking into the assessment of that. Public Works is working in relation into the reinvigoration of the database of contractors who start work and do not complete it. And we do believe by cleaning that area, it will also tell us who was allocated the tender, how did he or she fare in the construction of that. But our experience in the Department of Human Settlement, because of our 40 women in construction agreement, is that female contractors are better than men contractors. They start, they finish, they hand over quality work. And that comes from our assessment. It is not necessarily a point that they are politically connected that I've been able to observe is contractors who get jobs and do not complete them. And we need to be stringent as a department. We assist in relation to a concurrent function that we carry, but we transfer a budget with the rights and responsibilities to the province and ultimately to the metros. All the other local municipalities, 205 of them, are reliant on the support in relation to provinces. But we do not stop there if we need to assist. That is why we'll engage even beyond the metros in provinces to assist to clean up the system. If there are any honorable farmer politically connected who are not good, please raise a hand. No, I'm answering the question. What am I supposed to do?
Honorable
That's what
Farmer,
I'm
Honorable
doing.
Minister, can you hang on? You can't start a dialogue, Honorable Farmer. The minister is attending to the question that you have asked. If you're not satisfied with the question, please make a written follow-up to that effect or take the matter to the committee. You can proceed, Honorable Minister.
You know, I wanted to say to Honorable Farmer, which is even giving an opportunity further, that if he or any of the honorable members know, because we do come across such information, people will say a project in KZN allocated to whoever construction is not good quality and whatever, look into it. It helps because you become specific. You just don't go look wild. We do not contract. Even in metros, we transfer the budget. We assist both in project management, but they do the identification, they do the oversight themselves, and we come in just to assist. So I am saying I wouldn't be able to say what exactly or who specifically who's politically connected. I've not yet come across that, but he's at liberty if he has seen one or even 10 to bring them forth, and we'll run them through into the system. What we do is to ensure that on a quarterly basis, we do assessment with metros, we do assessment with provinces in line with the protocols that are part of the built environment that has been adopted by us, led by the Department of Public Works, to ensure that ultimately we come out with quality housing for everybody else. And I do believe that process, if there is any politically aligned contractor who would have found a contract and does not live up to what the expectation will be, the process will sieve him or her out. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That then takes us to question number 57, which is asked by Honorable Skier Kochel. The question is about the national housing backlog. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much. The most recent verified figure in relation to our national housing backlog, as public reports indicates in South Africa, is part of what the honorable member has asked. The backlog figures, which we have also dealt with in our National Housing Needs Register, is official at the national level in terms of the database, and individuals register their need of housing assistance in South Africa. Currently, we stand at about 3.4 households that have registered their needs on our database. We don't go only just take the names, we then go to the census to just see and try and align the figures that comes from census. Practically, will the numbers be able to relate in relation to what is currently in our book? Of course, we are mindful that a census is periodical. So the growth of people and migration almost is always a thing that happens on a day-to-day basis. But our findings from census includes that at around 2022, there were 17.8 million households that were in the areas that we have assessed with HDA, which we believe could be in the area of between 12 to 13% living in informal dwellings. You will recall, Honorable Member, that last time there was a question which asked me how many informal settlements do we have, and I spoke of over 4,000. So what we do, we map each an informal settlement, and this informal settlement could have 900 shacks or whatever. Some would have a shack main and many structures in between. So you try to estimate. The official register is 3.4. The official assessment topical, but you will know that everyone who is in the topical may not necessarily qualify for a house. I'm just trying to show that we go to an extent of anticipating that if there's a new settlement that starts, we may be in that particular province be anticipating a new or an additional number. So we have also tried to look also in terms of categorizing it, age, space, and in line with the policy in areas where we have not been able to walk in and look and check into what are the people, who are the people who are staying there. The programs that include the informal settlement upgrading and which is called our informal settlement program, and the grant that relates to it is what we utilize. But I must also indicate, you would have read about it also, not only in the recent past, in quite a number of the AG outcomes, which complains about, for example, the tankering and the chemical toilets versus the eradication of the informal settlements. There are various challenges there. It could be land provision, but the informal upgrading settlement grant is more about to ensure that we eradicate informal settlement. In trying to curb the misuse of the grant only for temporary provision of services, we then have put a category which shouldn't exceed of the grant allocated 10% of that. And we request National Treasury often to assist us to observe and make sure that we are aligned to that. But we do not decline. For example, Mfuleni was one of the municipalities which came provincially and asked through national to say, can you lift the cap to around 12%? All what we're trying to say is that there are measures in place for them not to use 100% of eradication for temporary services. We have also introduced service sites, which says it could be lesser for people who are in formal settlements in terms of cost, for them to be placed in service sites so that they could be able to build for themselves, and we reduce into the list. Thank you.
Honorable Skierkogel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, we know that South Africans are sitting without adequate housing because mismanagement, inadequate capacity, poor intergovernmental coordination, and corruption, which is why South Africa failed to make a meaningful dent in the housing backlog. Now, will the minister commit today to compile and publish a list of blacklisted companies that have failed thousands of South Africans to deliver houses and dignity for our people?
Minister, you may respond.
I think I've hinted to this question, and Minister McPherson has already indicated the responsibility in terms of blacklisting in the built environment lies with the Office of the Department of Public Works. I can't say the Office of the Minister, it's the department. The responsibility we all carry in the built environment is to report such projects. I have indicated that on all the unblocked projects that we're undertaking, we've utilized NHBRC to do the assessment in relation to why a project failed and do those submissions. I must commit, as you say, firstly by admitting that yes, not all has been well in relation to submission from our side to the Ministry of Public Works or the Department of Public Works, but jointly we have a working team that is dealing not only with the poor workmanship which leads to collapse of buildings, but also even including the day-to-day management in terms of the norms and standards that we have set. Well, in terms of the publishing it could be a discussion that we could have, but I think with time we'll then be able to say to the honorable member, this is what as human settlement we have submitted to the built environment family that from our side did not meet the requirements. It shouldn't be difficult for me to do that part. But in terms of publishing, the powers are given to the Department of Public Works.
Honorable Molokume.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, thank you for the comprehensive response. I'm sure you'll agree with me that the persistence of national housing backlog is largely because of the apartheid colonial special planning and uneven development between the urban and rural areas. Homelessness and landlessness of the indigenous Africans, colored and Indians people in majority, and the population growth which is not commensurate with the economic growth. Against this background, Minister, is there any consideration of policy shift from the current operating model of housing and women settlement delivery to accelerate access to the most vulnerable, the poor and the working class, especially women-headed household and the Asian children headed household? And what are the key factors that undermine accelerated housing delivery as evidenced by the failure of the municipality and also the provinces to spend the housing infrastructure grant? And what is the plan of the department to assist the provinces and also the municipalities in addressing such challenges? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Molokume. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much. One can't obviously divorce the number of years we've been unable to to plan spatially correctly into the number of years that at least there has been a municipality that is structured under 2 or 5 municipalities to ensure that they are assisted in building and planning properly. I think that's the first part, but the deliberate intentions that we need to undertake as government jointly with our communities and traditional leaders to ensure that we improve on spatial planning are what we need to accord the second part of the question to. We have tabulated, you will recall, the policy shift, which we are articulating in our 2024 draft white paper, which articulates the architect and the design of the types of cities and urban areas that we would want to do and to undertake as government. Most of you will know that gone are the days where you thought Mthatha is a rural area. It's no longer. And it needs planning and diversification with direct intentions to make sure that everybody who's there receives the comfort, the convenience, and the delivery that is supposed to be. And I'm saying traditional leaders play a very key role as well in terms of assisting that. And there is that sustainable human settlement shift that assists us or wants us to look into the key factors that have undermined the acceleration of proper planning. One, it has been weak institutional capacity, particularly at the municipal level, in terms of the time. If you want to submit your plan today, you just want to do a house extension just with a garage. It will take quite a number of months to get an approval from the municipality. Now think about a development of an entire settlement that needs to have open spaces, parks, streets, electricity, and everything else that is properly planned. And then you have poor project readiness in terms of coordination, even at government level, where if a settlement starts, basic education is to be ready with schools and high schools and areas of higher education in terms of training. And this creates a misaligned impact that you celebrate the houses possibly with the electricity, but you don't celebrate the other amenities which needs to come to create a human settlement. And these are key undermining factors. But it calls on all of us, particularly in government, to utilize the IGR framework to ensure that we work jointly to create the systemic and the systematic process of planning. And provinces that and areas that have benefited earlier on also need to carry a responsibility of assisting in those provinces, small towns and areas that where development has arrived late and development in terms of capacity is falling behind. And I think such institutions of learning can also be roped in to deliver into that. Thank you.
Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, given that Section 26 of the Constitution guarantees the right of access to adequate housing, and noting that critical housing backlog, specifically in the Western Cape, where our people remain severely overcrowded due to failures by the DA-led government, provincial government, to prioritize land for the poor. What specific guidance have you provided to the Western Cape provincial government to ensure that well-located land is released for integrated human settlement rather than being restricted by current provincial special policies? Secondly, and what are your immediate plans to intervene and accelerate housing delivery for those living in those cramped and undignified conditions in this province? Thank you.
Minister, you may respond.
Thank you very much. In fact, our court role in relation to cases which deals with human settlements, if you want to explore and we want learners to come, I think they must visit this province if they can't really rely on Google search. It says a lot where our own vulnerable individuals and household in the number in which it has taken the province of the Western Cape. We have taken a discussion to an extent of trying to create a 30-kilometer radius inward towards the city to ensure that the land that gets to be allocated is not far-flung, so that our people don't spend all their legal savings and earnings into transportation. Even that did not work. To an extent that a large amount of our grants, if you go back into the past 2-3 financial years of what gets to be returned by the province of the Western Cape, is mostly informal settlement upgrades and the development of the internal upgrading grant that we give. But I think it's more about an engagement and discussions. In land parcels that we have acquired, for example, in HDA, while land it's lying fallow next to imizamo yethu, but the upgrading has made it difficult for us to relocate some of the people who just faced fire some 2-3 weeks ago in Muzamo yethu into the land parcel that the Housing Development Agency had benefited. In fact, we've now borrowed it to people to use it for farming. In the meantime, for it to lie fallow, they will rather cultivate food. It's cramped conditions. It's not sufficient. I think it's a policy which coincidentally I tabulated a discussion in Cabinet Committee this morning on Section 26 that we have highlighted. But for us, Section 26 was discovered in 1955. The Freedom Charter said housing, security, and comfort. That's when we discovered it, and we are still in pursuit behind it now.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Priet. She's on a virtual platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Minister. When asking this question, I'm asking this when thinking of housing projects like G Hostel and Dark and Silver City in the Free State. In the light of repeated delays and abandoning housing projects like these in the Free State, what assurances, Minister, can you provide that current programs will meaningfully reduce the housing backlog within the stated timeframes, rather than repeating past patterns of non-delivery as we've seen with these projects? I thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Priet. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Piret. I'm sure you might have noticed that for the first time in about 5 or 6 years, financial years, even in our stop and reallocation, we have never been able to allocate a single cent additional to the Free State because their planning was bad, their coordination was bad, their implementation was bad. But when we're doing the assessment now, the province had been able to conclude its money. I've been to 4 or 5 projects when we're dealing with the handover. You will recall, honorable members, adoption of the demolition of 2 rooms, the ones which looks like the one we don't want here in the Western Cape. They were not moving in the Free State, but I reinstated the project for the demolition of all 2-room houses and construction. From the stop and reallocation into terms of dealing with the projects. If you are MEC Mukwena in the Free State, you are dealing with a backlog which is not less than 10 years old. Even if you had moved in 2 past financial years, it will still not be sufficient. Precisely because there is 5,000 slabs, for example, in the Free State. It means foundations were done long time ago. Some of those foundations even have potholes now, which means the foundation will have to be, you have to restart the entire. And that foundation was done in 2013, for example. I've visited those we have unplugged, and these are what we have put in the business plan to accelerate. I'm trying to indicate that I know many projects than the one that you have listed, be it the challenges that Vista have, be it the challenges that City Parks have in social housing in Mangaung, be it the projects that are in all the provinces, which one contractor had about 19, we've cancelled and terminated that contractor, we've decentralized that project, we're completing those houses. We are in the Free State. The consolation, Councillor Briet, that I can give you is that the MEC and the province are very much attentive. We work jointly. We improve on the projects and in the implementation to make sure that we accelerate. I will look closely as well into the project that we have listed, but it is just but one of the many that I counted. I think over 50 or so, if not 54 in the Free State of blocked projects. So we still have a long way to go, but we have started and it is really promising than the years that if you look into the record, whether it's the AG or the annual reports, anything in relation to Free State and the Northwest, it has been difficult. Still a bit difficult in the Northwest, one must accept, but we are working on that as well to make a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That then takes us to question number 68, which has been asked by Honorable Mabebo. The question is about, he's asking as to whether has the impact assessment on recent floods been done already, and what would be the cost implications? Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much to the question. Yes, Honourable Member, the assessment has been done. You counted Limpopo, you inquired in relation to Mpumalanga, Gauteng, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal. And the question was sort of twofold, mainly the overall assessment, but also it's specific in relation to the January recent flood in both Mpumalanga and in Limpopo. We are providing mandatory in relation to the assessment and the verification process. It's the disaster grant which gets to be allocated to national. We have also moved into our MINMEC to sort of allow about between 1 to 3% that the province can have emergency response in relation to the areas that they will be facing disaster on. We have concluded the assessment. But the trick with disasters, for example, you say that the assessment in relation to disasters that happened in January in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga. You might have noticed over the weekend that it was heavily raining in Limpopo, roads and houses to wash away. So my report, yes, can say it's complete, but I have a team currently as we speak that is re-looking into some of the areas or the difficulties that the provinces may be experiencing. I'm raising this because disaster incidences are out of control or of human control. But we've also come up with mitigation strategies, and we've assigned our HDA because they've got their in-house assessment tool. One, to look, for example, in the January disasters, there's a number of households in Chakuma that originally should have not been there next to a river. We have undertaken that assessment. We're looking into a relocation of those families. And it's not the first time they are informed that they need to move. I'm hoping this time around that they will cooperate and we don't have fatalities. We've taken it to that extent. We've gone to Mopani. We've done the same thing as well. We are continuing into provinces, having started in KZN, to make sure that you can't have people who get to be wiped out in Mlaza River. When that has already happened, it will then mean government is not mitigating enough to support the communities and create a better system. We're relying on our NHBRC as well in relation to particularly houses, not only that have been built by us as government, but even an individually built household. It needs to be assessed so that we could be able to deal with that. We have been at the request of Gauteng, the province, in terms of besides Centurion, I'm forgetting, it's Kutlwanong or something, where there are a problem of dolomitic land where there was mining before and the houses are caving in. We've got teams which are looking into all those assessment. In the Eastern Cape, as I had said earlier on, is predominantly mud housing and the responses. We do provide for our temporary residential unit, but honorable members, we will come at a not so distant future into this house, responding to some of the questions you have raised. We're reviewing our policy to eliminate spending on one and the same beneficiaries twice or thrice. Currently, our policy talks to a TA, that is temporary emergency accommodation. It could be for 30 days, it could be a B&B, it could be anywhere. Sometimes we don't pay, churches provide, but we provide amenities like sponges and all that, and that comes at a cost. After that, you need to move them to a TRU. Roughly a TRU costs us 90,000, and a house costs us almost double that. So why build a TRU and then still build a house? So we're trying to align our policy from a TA to direct response. And we're hoping, why we held the IBT summit, that it will assist us to take this 90,000 and already pump it into a permanent solutions. There are ways in which you can build a house faster today in relation and response to disaster, and we do away with the TRU as we know it today, because in the long run, the cost analysis does indicate that there's quite a lot of losses and leakages by how the system is designed. So we're trying to improve on that. We will test it, and you will obviously provide oversight and give feedback as well. Once we are ready, Chair, we'll also share with the select committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's your turn to ask a follow-up question, Honorable Mabibo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and to the Honorable Minister, and thanks for your comprehensive response. Honorable Minister, given the large scale of damage of housing infrastructure and the associated cost with exacerbated the current housing backlog, how are the recovery and reconstruction cost of the damaged housing infrastructure going to impact on the set target for the delivery of housing in the current medium-term expenditure framework, and whether these costs have been quantified with a clear plan to engage the National Treasury for additional funding? Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabibo. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much. I forgot to switch the mic on. Thank you very much, Honorable Mabibo. The damage to housing infrastructure, it's well articulated. It's very visible. One can be able to see it as we walk around. It's very huge, and the delivery in relation to houses in our country is from the sketch of the disaster. You show that it's add into the backlog. So we provide temporary shelter, as I've indicated, to affected household, and I've went further to give an elaboration on how do we think we need to review our policy in order to save the costs. The policy is aligned. It says you lose your infrastructure due to floods or any form of disaster. Could it be fire? You get assessed, you qualify, you meet the requirements, then government needs to come to an intervention. What we're trying to do, because we've realized that there's no money coming extra, which means we need to stretch the rent further. That is why we have to question ourselves as to whether is it still legitimate for us to spend on the middle strata of the three leg of the policy in relation to disaster response. That is a provision of a TRU. That you are going to come after a month or so, and if you are in short of money, some of the temporary residential units can stay and be temporary for 10 years. We introduced the innovative building technologies. We are hoping Treasury has given us an approval to set about 2% out of our 34 billion, which will amount to around 270 or so, to say to provinces, start contracting on IBTs. They vary, but an IBT in a space of about 14 to 28 days, companies would have been able to build a solid and a permanent house. We've dealt with in partnership with Public Works and Agrima with terms and conditions to make sure that the material that gets to be used, that is alternative, is tested, it's approved, and it follows the norms and standard. Here in the Western Cape, they've already started using that. I think over 300,000 classrooms in the basic education and primary high schools, they're already utilizing that material. In Gauteng, they've done that. In KwaZulu-Natal, Department of Health is currently building a build health facility in eThekwini using the very same. The question here is, why would it take us 3 years to build a 40 square meter house and you still carry a cost additionally that you could be able to reduce into it? And those are the ways and means in which we are trying to deal with that. So the recent response in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga, yes, we have dealt with TRUs, but we would want to believe this is our last response in how we deal with disaster in particular in relation to TRUs, but we would want to, in a small and a piloted incremental way, to introduce IPTs to ensure that there is acceleration. We have brought the AG to look into our processes and systems as well in how we're planning them, just to make sure, because it's introduced, that there are no steps that we're missing. And we do believe that we may soon be ready to close on the gap of the TRUs. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We are now proceeding to Honorable Badenhorst.
Afternoon, Minister. Minister, I hear you say we are looking into relocation of people that are living in flood-damaged areas. Let me give you a practical example. We recently, our Cocta committee went on an oversight visit to the Collins Shabani municipality. Might be familiar to you, where we encountered residents who've been living in a floodplain since 1995. 36 years, repeatedly losing their homes and belongings every time there's flooding. So, that song, we are going to look into relocation, might become a little bit used up in these people's case. How is it possible that government continues to record and analyze flood damage year after year, yet it has failed since 1995 to permanently relocate residents living in a clearly identified floodplains in this municipality of Collins Shabani? Thank you, Minister.
Minister, you may respond.
Thank you very much. Honorable Badenhorst, we do relocate. We relocate people, and I can't tell you that it is easy. In the floods of 2025, in Umlazi, Lamontville, I went personally to request the families to move from Umlazi River. I remained with 4 who refused. I do not have powers to remove them by force. In Umtata, I can show you the engagements between the municipality as early as 11 years before the floods that unfortunately 100 people passed, that they were engaged, that they were in a flood river, in a flood line, please move. In Chakuma, in my previous response, I told you that I'm going back there, and those communities would have not been told for the first time that you are in a flood line. Some of you may be familiar with Jackskay River, which you always see in the city of Johannesburg on TV. Every June is consistent. Just last week, if not 2 hours in Danone here, there's a fire that broke at the beginning of the year. There were 24 or 27 shacks which were right into the wall of the boundary wall, and they are in danger. The city had gone there. The MEC had gone there. I also went. When we refused to sign them off, there was a toi-toi in the evening. I'm just saying it goes beyond the issue of packing the bags and suitcases for people because there's attachment to areas and spaces. In Lamontville, an old man said, everybody I know and have lived with is buried in this neighborhood. I can't live. We're providing land which is about 15 kilometers from the space where they were. That's the land that eThekwini would have had. But ultimately, I was able to relocate them. We unfortunately do not have powers that the apartheid government had, and we don't want them. If it means I have to go back to Lamontville 20 times, but I will never pack them in a truck with their children kicking and screaming and throw them in Ward 5 because they are closer to Umlazi River. I would rather go there, engage them and show them the danger they are in until we are able to find one another and amenable solutions. The old ways that we used to be done, they are not going to be able to assist us here. I'm not necessarily familiar with the Collins Chabane, but Takuma and Collins Chabane are not very far from one another. When I visit again, I'll make a turn and see if Mayor Maluleke can be able to help us here. But relocation, it's way beyond a bag and a truck. It's about ensuring that people do understand. Kutsong is the name I wanted to recall. I went there with Premier Panyaza and they told us, you can't relocate us here. Our houses are nice, beautiful. If they sink, let them sink with us. So that's the challenge we have. We deal with it on a day-to-day basis. And maybe you must invite me when you visit some of these places. So we'll demonstrate the challenges that we face. But we don't give up. Because when you have one person who agrees to relocate, even others do see that it is doable. You may say it's a lecture, it's a pity, but that's how it goes.
Why are you pointing at me? Injustice will remain injustice, it won't change. Honorable Kennedy, it's your turn to respond, to ask the minister a follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, during the verification and selection of crucial flood victims beneficiaries, what specific verified criteria was used to ensure that the given temporary residential units in, for instance, Mbaula, Bushbuck Ridge, Blowback, Makado, were allocated to the most deserving, non-opportunistic families? Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. You may respond.
Thank you very much for that question. Honorable Kennedy, we do a verification and an assessment. And ordinarily, that is why even when your house is big, our response is a 40 square meter house. It's a RDP. Even if when you have your house has collapsed being an 8-bedroom house, it's because that's what the policy allows. Firstly, the policy allows for emergency evacuation. At emergency, we don't ask, what's your name? There's water, you are swept, you are in a tree, there is emergency services, it lifts you out, it puts you in a place of safety. In a place of safety, we are a joint team, there will be human settlements, there will be social development, there will be basic education and everybody else. We register and get a category of everybody who's there. And then we segregate where do you belong. Do you belong into the BNG program? Do you qualify for a RDP? If not, it's a policy issue. You have lost the house. We need to assist you temporarily, but you need to go, for example, to your insurance and whatever you're outside the category of BNG. BNG, if the land can't be utilized, the municipality or the traditional leader comes into being, affords us the land, and we're able to put the TRUs. Let me make an example of Hosi Matebula in Mbaula. We did the assessment, they were close to the river, including his house, by the way, Hosi. I went to his house. He was washed away as well. So he gave 3 land parcels. We just did not move people there. We sent HDA for assessment. We look into the area because it's closer to the river so that we relocate you to a safe place and spot. That's where we've put the TRUs. And those are people and families who qualify. The unfortunate part of our policy is that if your house or my house gets to be washed away today, the only assistance we're going to receive is evacuation to safety. From there, me and you, because are employed, we need to find mechanisms of how do we assist ourselves. So the policy does not change. And then the policy does prioritization. If it's in this shelter, there's a pregnant woman, expecting woman, you prioritize her versus Timbi. For example, if there's a child with disability or a family with a child with disability or a person with disability, an elderly 101-year-old person versus a 42-year-old who qualifies, you keep in the temporary emergency accommodation, the one who's still strong and able, and you start the TRU number 1 with a 101-year-old person. But both these 3 categories are part of what our policy needs to say. So it's more or less applying what the doctor will do, arriving in a motor vehicle accident. It's a Kumbi, there are 14 people injured. This one is just a scratch. That other one is a major case. They start with the measure. It does not mean they say they're not going to attend to you. But at the time of stabilization of the one who is mostly injured, then they come to. That is why it takes about 30 days for us to conclude the TEA process. So we'll keep you in a hall. We can move you in day 10. We'll move the other in day 15. We'll move the rest. But we would have started according to the policy with the old, vulnerable, young, and with disability. Thank you.
The last question is from, the last follow-up question is from Honorable Majola. You may ask the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, Honorable Minister, arising from your responses with regards to the repeat of the disaster in the same area, does, as a proactive measures, does the municipalities using the AGR assist the department before you approve the housing project, the human settlement project, to identify the areas which are of the disaster area to avoid the repeat of the disaster in the same area? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Majola. You may respond, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majola, for that question. We all know that we need to assist constitutionally as per Section 154 of our Constitution, municipalities. Quite a number of our small local municipalities do not have the capacity to do that. We do that assessment on their behalf. But remember, as human settlements, we own no land. It could either be a traditional leader, it could either be a municipal land or government land. In these 3 instances, you need the municipality, maybe to a very limited extent in relation to a traditional leadership land. But otherwise, the municipality itself must be prompt enough and be agile to create and formalize a settlement so that you are able to place. And these are one of the challenges that we face in human settlement, so we can be able to develop and create a new settlement to relocate people. Because remember, by law, you need to create a settlement, and it takes longer for them to be able to do that. And we come in form of assistance with technical expertise to assist them. We assist even right up to the registration of beneficiaries into the previous question, which was talking about the database of housing. If you leave it to municipalities, you get the forms piled there. People have applied, but they're not in the system. And they will tell you our system is down, there's power, there's no generator, there's no all that. So periodically, our teams also go in any type of the project and program. But you can't start a settlement without a municipality. And we get to have a difficulty there. The same problem with the title deed, houses would have been built and completed. But you want to issue the title deeds, if the land has not been formalized as a formal settlement, you can't get that title deed because it means it's not yet registered. It could still be agricultural land. So we do assist a lot. IGR helps, but to a very minimal extent. I can be honest with you, we do quite a lot of pushing. But the second challenge which we have is the very same, where there is availability of land. For example, the very same Lamontville people I was making an example about, we're moving them, I think is Ward 26 to Ward 5, if I'm right, or vice versa. And the people at Ward 5 were saying, please don't bring these people here. Who are they? We don't want them. You might have seen that in Mthatha as well, after the floods. We had to do a lot of social engagement for the Mthatha locals to accept those who were coming closer to the river. Konobi, for me, was one of the worst examples, where we wanted to remove the 2020 floods too. We only started now. I think we've given them an additional 200 or so units in a duplex manner for TRUs, because the community in Muhlanga was saying, don't bring your people here, Minister. They don't belong to the Mhlanga look and feel. Because I'm obviously bringing Africans who are poor in Mhlanga, but we were able to find one another. But it did take time, and they had to stay without any form of permanent accommodation. But the project is rolling on now, but it does not mean it didn't have problems. Thank you.
We're moving to question number 53, which is asked by Honorable Beza. He's asking Minister as to how does your department collaborate with traditional leaders? Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much. The collaboration in relation to traditional leaders was actually structured with examples in Makado, in Ngomas and Bushbuck Ridge, but I also think you were just using them as an example and wanting a feel. We have formal mechanisms of collaboration, and we go there to traditional leaders out of respect, really. I've just made, for example, in Baula, an example with Hosi Matebula. We got there, we said, here is a challenge we have. It's your traditional land. You see, we've got a challenge. Please assist us. And they were able to do that. The land which we are relocating to in Chakuma is a land that has been provided also traditionally. But we have gone to an extent, not only in relation to disaster. For example, our NFHC, which is our National Housing Finance Corporation, has mainly been giving the grants between people who earn between 3,500 and 22,000 to build for themselves. These are people who are mostly not subsidized or approved for bonds by your normal commercial banks. But in the main, we have been building in townships or in suburbs. But there is a growing inclination of people who want to stay in their communal spaces. We've signed MOUs, 4 of them in KZN with traditional leaders. Because there was an area where quite a number of those people, Stole, where there is a number of the applicants who were coming from there, and all of them were indicating, we don't want a township. But we've also calculated the benefits that the most cost, in the cost analysis, land costs relatively more than anything else. So if I'm giving you a grant of about 176,000, I think the maximum cap, and you're not buying land, you'll be able to sort of put quite a bit into your material and the stock that you're able to buy. So we're looking into collaborations with traditional leaders, not only in the availability of land in terms of disaster, but in terms of the package of what we are doing. In fact, we wouldn't have survived as human settlement if we did not collaborate with traditional leaders. Get to think about all the houses. Okay, most, not all, of course. Most of the houses that are in KwaZulu-Natal, they are in rural areas. They are in areas where traditionally it's our traditional leaders. In my visit to Bushbuck Ridge, I addressed the full council of traditional leaders in Bushbuck Ridge, because the areas, particularly, I may not be very familiar with the space and the area, but where there was most damage closer to a river. The traditional leader there has availed land for allocation to the municipality for the relocation of those families. Of course, most of the houses that were damaged still qualified for in situ development. So it means you just demolish and be able to build there. But I think there were about 16 or 17 households which were qualifying for a relocation. The same in Bapalaburwa. In the Lulekane area, we met with the traditional leader there on our visit and recap in Limpopo, and the same land was made available. I must admit, Honorable Keza, in relation to Nkomazi, I've done 2 visits there, but they were not necessarily in relation to collaboration with traditional leaders, so I don't want to cluster them and give you a response which says, I do have that relationship, but I will give you a commitment that one will look into that area. But in relation to Makado and in Bushbuck Ridge, I have met them and we are of a partnership. I've also made an indication that we have also looked into alternative land, but just an outlook of human settlements in relation to traditional leaders, even in diversifying in some of our programs that we want to roll out housing to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for your comprehensive response. Honourable Kesa, do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and thank you very much, Minister. Minister, noting that the January 2026 floods have once again exposed the extreme vulnerability of housing in rural Mpumalanga and Limpopo, specifically in municipalities, as you have mentioned, such as Makado, which remain a risk to desperate residents. What specific collaborative measures are in place with traditional leaders there to create a relationship and identify gaps to foster that relationship with traditional leaders, particularly as it relates to places where you have not established. And then there is issues, because you have responded to other matters. There's issues of policy inertia, you see. When you build, we've just been to a committee now, and when you build between urban and rural areas, you see, and then you have norms and standards that are saying that we will build a VIP because it's a rural area. And this doesn't mean that this is where policy inertia comes into play. It does not mean that a VIP, because it is lawful, and it therefore means that it is safe in terms of the children, it is safe for the environment and so forth. How will your policy correct the policy inertia in relation to such norms and standards? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kesa. Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much for that follow-up question, Honorable Kesa. I think I must actually give credit, not even to myself, but to my 4 peers who came before me, because they've outlined the policy very well. And they've created, in relation to the quantum of what you do in the townships where there's bulk and they're connected into the system. But if you go to a rural area where there's no water, the quantum allows you, obviously it means you're going to get lesser in number of houses that you're going to produce. But to create a comfortable household, you'll put that ventilated pit latrine, you'll put solar. If there's no electricity or power connection, you'll put a jojo tank. I'm sure as we drive around, you have seen, you may be amazed to say, okay, but in Alexandra, they don't have a jojo. And in whatever far-flung rural area, there is a jojo tank. It's because of the expansion. which means those who are in this Alexandra city of Eguruleni may be able to give more houses. That's the benefit of the urban area nobody talks about in the main. Of course, it does give them some other problems because you're connecting people to the existing system, and with time, it will obviously be overburdened. But in a rural area, for you to give a fully fledged house, the policy says you will put a quantum of the number of houses, even if you needed 500, as an example. You may be able to build maybe 350 because you will then give an additional, it usually doesn't range between a 20,000 to a 50,000 in the main when there is this 3-pack system to be able to put an ablution, to put electricity in the form of solar, and to put a Jojo tank which is extended next to the house. You will recall also that houses in the beginning of the BNG program, I'm not a builder, but usually never had, you call it what, the cement that surrounds the house at the edges. It used not to be there. Yes, it used not to be there. But with time, as you assess, we realize that the direct hurt and harm of whatever form of material could it be, erosion because of water, the house is not protected. So we've extended in the quantum. There will be tests which gets to be done before for that part of the umbrella to be put to protect the house. And that also the policy is clearly outlined. That is why today you get a house that you can be able to utilize. I must agree that, rather must accept that that quantum took quite a bit of what you can put inside. Before we used to put tiles, but now we're using polished cement. We used to put a sink with 2 cupboards. We no longer do that standardly. We do a standard sink in one set because we've got to customize. It is better for this person to have water than not to have water. But we do that as part of our assessment. And those flexibilities are dependent from one area to the other. But the policy is very fully harnessed now to take care of a differentiator between one area and another. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister uyisangoma ngoba usemana phendula ebengizokubuza. Usengiphoxile angisasukumi nalutho. Ngicela ukuhlala phansi. Thank you, I'm covered.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honourable Minister. Minister, my question, you've outlined steps being taken to unlock communal land for housing. And I just want to know, can you confirm whether these interventions are being implemented uniformly across all provinces? And what steps are being taken to ensure that people living on traditional land receive meaningful security of tenure rather than remaining in perpetual uncertainty? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much. Let me start by dealing with the insecurities and permission to occupy. In partnership, we've just signed the MOU with Minister Nyoncho in collaboration on areas where we deal with the collaboration with traditional leaders, that we move faster in terms of registration of that space and them creating a category, even if it may not meet the fully fledged formalized settlement, because even now we can't issue a title deed in those houses that are in that space. And this is where we're estimating that if we're able to deal with R293s, that is the old Kaenija, in Gqeberha or anywhere else, but there are other rural areas where you'd want to issue a title deed. So it's an old township, it's an old rural area. We create a special dispensation for the old communal land area, and you're able to permit the people. It carries a lot of social facilitation, and it goes down into a collaboration which the National House of Traditional Leaders is spearheading with COCTA for us including the rural development. We have started the discussion. We are hopeful that they will bear fruits because we are accelerating also on our title deeds, and we would want to do a handover for that. The same with the collaboration in relation to communal land. You will recall in my previous answer, I said we have signed a MOU with about 4 traditional leaders in KZN, and that's what we're trying to put as a test. Because, for example, if I'm to use a government grant in the form of NFHC, so which means you are applying for a loan maybe in your commercial bank, you get a portion of a grant here, you are earning between 3,500 and 22,000, you qualify for that grant. You would like that house to be under your name because that's your property. It's your grant coupled with whatever you would have sourced to invest in this. But it will also give you surety in terms of whatever you would want to start before, even if you want to leave, you want to sell, etc., which are rights of people in communal land are not necessarily enshrined. We are hoping that this pilot, once done and concluded, could be able to give us an indicator on how we could deal with communal land. We're trying to solve a lifetime problem here. No one is claiming it's going to be easy. Because currently and in many years before, there has never been formalization of a person who stays in a rural area beyond a PTO, which is permission to occupy, that you go and pay whatever, and sometimes it's a bottle of whiskey just out of respect. You are known that you are a child. Your family has been living here for years and years, and the traditional leader knows them, and they say, oh yes, we know your father, we know Smelane. Okay, they give you that paper, they charge you 80 rand, and you go and build a house, but you do not have security to that. We're trying and we're attempting to regularize that space. We hope we'll come back with an answer substantive in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last follow-up question on that is from the Honourable Ndlovu.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, and good afternoon, Minister. Honourable Minister, while we recognize that in many cases our people may lack the necessary tools to undertake comprehensive topography and planning when selecting settlement, especially in rural areas like me and you who are staying in Limpopo, the rural provinces, where many communities continue to construct their settlement in riverbanks and areas without natural water flow structures and drainage. Is your department working with municipalities nationwide to align their disaster response plans and community settlement areas with the country's growth trajectory to build safer, sustainable, and flood-resilient human settlement, thereby helping to mitigate climate-induced disaster across South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ndlovu. Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ndlovu. I think I've touched a bit into the response earlier on, that our form of support comes through 2 of our entities, NHBRC and HDA, which deals with assessment. We also, you might have noticed, we've also closed that advertisement in the department seeking for additional professionals who our intention, particularly in planning, that could assist municipalities to be able to register and plan efficiently. We need to plan in advance. We need to anticipate and be developmental. The municipality needs to know which areas am I alienating and putting aside for residents, for business, for open parks and everything else. Nothing stops the municipality and everybody else in government to register now. We shouldn't be looking and waiting for a disaster and then rise. That's our plan. That when we have got that skill, we'll go into the map in terms of what we are having from the assessment of the 4,075 areas that HDA has done assessment for us, and assist the provinces and municipalities in particular to plan and design. And this is where our mitigation will come from. But we also want to encourage municipalities. We do it, but we have realized it's also difficult for them. They need also to be able to control the development of their informal settlements. And it's doable. I've done it before. Because you see the growth, you know your people, you get to open even a discussion, even if you don't have, but register the land to be a formalized settlement, cut properly, plan, place people, register them, so that when there are services and houses that come, it's in a much better and organized manner than what you find in Danone. Now, Danone, we have got to do reblocking. It's just like one of my informal settlement on your way to Seshego. They used to have 5,000 people when you could only build 900 households. So you then have to relocate people. But if it's controlled, you place this 900 only, and then you create a space for others, and then build there when services you get them. What we are hoping that how we dismantle the informal settlement and utilize the informal settlement development grant is to ensure that it assists us to say these informal settlements must be planned. Otherwise, basic education can't build a school, even if they can, because the place is just congested and the children are crossing over to the neighboring schools, and there's just no planning because the beginning and the essence of planning is not that good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That concludes question number 53. We now move on to question number 61 that dealt with the Unsustainable Social Relief of Distress Grant as asked by the Honourable Nzimande. Honourable Minister, your response to that question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nzimande. The question, it's in relation, of course, with the collaboration with other ministers, and it's embedded on our IGR system in terms of trying to influence and initiate policy shifts. I think I've articulated a little bit, but it's common cause to all of us that were part of the social cluster. And at the level of that, we deal jointly with the social relief and distress grant proposal that appear unsustainable. We have also been working with the Minister of Social Development, in particular small business and basic education at the programming level in terms of implementing the people's housing processes. If you get to check smaller informal settlements, when I'm saying smaller, I'm talking about a settlement maybe that could only have about 50 or maybe 100 shacks, or that is in the middle of nowhere. You'll find that it's either it's a park or it used to be open space by design. Because there were no regulations and controls, it just gets to be occupied and people are crammed, and maybe it's about 100 shacks. One of the foreign ones which have amazed me to this day is what 68 in eThekwini. I think it's the only informal settlement in a graveyard. That's the only strange place. I think a park, you would say it was open, there was nobody here and just grass. But those people are literally staying in an informal in a graveyard. It's a closed graveyard. It was no longer being utilized. And they got in there, they built, there's a tombstone inside a shack. That's the only worst one. But what do we do there with then? Our policy interventions already include a program of people's housing, where we try to go, look out, engage, but also to create a package, as I say, where we plan, we create what could be a settlement. If it needs a connection to main roads, you talk either to the district or you talk to national department that we jointly create that settlement together. And this work precedes me, actually. It started in its planning by Minister Kubai, who first developed a draft of this policy and tabulated it on the 4th of November in 2024. In Cabinet, we are harnessing it now to ensure that at a technical level, DGs and whatever are dealing with the inclusion. You will recall that I'd indicated, for example, that our BNG, it's between 0 and 3,500 and is aligned to our SASSA grant type of allocation, so that NFHC can start at 3,500 to 22,000. We've applied to National Treasury to increase between 22,000 to 35,000 for the increase to ensure that there is a bracket of those who are employed but who cannot be approved by their banks. We still don't have that approval of 35,000. Currently, as we speak, we start from 3,501 rand to 22,000. So there are many options that we are pursuing as instruments which will ensure that we deal with all the unintended economic blockages that makes it difficult for our people. And we note that the business plans of 4 provinces, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, KZN, and Northwest, have planned and budgeted in line with this policy threshold. So I think we are moving forward. We are no longer at the November 2024. We are now at more or less a rollout in these 4 provinces. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Nzimande, do you have a follow-up question?
No, thank you. Uzoyidwela ngempela namhlanje, Minister. Because it's a question which obviously is linked to what I was asking. It has to do with whether you are amenable to ensure that there will be a policy shift and that our people, in particular those who are excluded in economy, are able to have a ring fence kind of a cooperatives to supply building materials, not the Pakistanians. Now the question, if I understand you, is that you are not violently opposed to it, meaning you might be amenable. Now the question is, why will such not find its expression in the current APP to show that we are intending to have a policy shift to empower people in relation to the issue of supplying and providing building material for human settlement in particular, than to go and buy in hardware of Pakistanians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nzimande. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nzimande, but really I want to challenge you and reread the question that you have sent to me, because I could respond to the supplementary question, but to say I didn't respond to your question, it needs to be put on record. It's not correct. The question says whether she's working in collaboration with other ministers and amenable to A, initiate and influence policy shift from unsustainable social relief distress grant. This is where I spoke about 3.5 to 22,000 with an extension approval being sourced for 35,000. Now, I don't know, you said including the provisions of material, I said we have got a collaboration with the Department of Small Business. I don't think it's a language of the others that you have used to call them whatever, but I will use a formal language to say it's a collaboration with small business to be able to be part of the value chain. You said we must then look into the shift of the annual performance. I listed to you 4 provinces which are already getting there. But let me get into the areas in terms of ring fencing. One, it is never, okay, you are correct, I'm amenable to working jointly because you can't create human settlements only with building a house. There's quite a number of departments that needs to play a role. But also to create a value chain. There are very few contractors of who build our BNG houses who are not African. I can give you my last dollar on that. It is mainly industry that is actually at our level as a department. We have even surpassed the 20% figure of women contractors to about 40%. There are provinces which surpasses that, like KZN and I think Gauteng, that surpasses the 40% in terms of construction. I think we may want to look possibly in future on how do we deal with manufacturing, which I do believe maybe it's a scope that we may want to collaborate in. That's an area in what you have emphasized that maybe I can say we do not have so much work or ground which we have made there in terms of manufacturing and getting sure that everyone who's on the mainstream, maybe we can take through NHPRC, the IBT school, people who are producing bricks, assist them in testing, create grants for them so that they can be able to be in the mainstream production of bricks and many other building material. But I do agree with you on that part. We are relying on on small business to develop that for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question comes from the Honourable Molokome.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And Honourable Minister, ke a tseba hore o arabile this question a botse. But Minister, can you please first unpack the distinctions and the interrelationship between the social relief distress grant and the housing delivery, and whether there is any expectation that the social distress relief grant is or can be enabled for housing delivery? Whether any cost benefit analysis and any shift from the current operating model for housing delivery has been undertaken, and if so, what are the relevant details? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Molokome. Your response, please, Minister.
Thank you very much. The social relief distress grant and our housing delivery program are sort of aligned and interrelated, as I said. If you're an old person already qualifying for a social service grant, which we call a SOSA grant, in the normal language that our communities use it, you already tick the box if you do not have additional income. So the average of 3.5 is actually linked directly to roughly, even if you have got a bit of some additional income, if it is below the level of 3.5, you qualify to be on our database. It even goes further at the municipal level, is the same minimum threshold that COGTA, in terms of the indigent program, would have qualify you to be indigent as a family for the rebate of services that you will be receiving, that is water, 6 kilowatts of water, kiloliters and 50, between 50 to 100 kilowatts of electricity. So they are related and they are linked. They talk to one. Of course, the shortcoming of the overall governance system is that, unfortunately, this beneficiary still has to register 3 times in this example. He has to come to social development, and social development registers him or her one, and then has to come to human settlement and register for a house, and may still have to go to this local municipality and register to be an indigent. Ideally, in other countries, SITA would have combined that. As you click into the system, it needs to tell you from the value chain, what does this person qualifies for? We're not yet there. And I'm just saying, we are working on our system to link it with the contract with SITA, to link it to the SATA database, and link it to Home Affairs, so that in the process you might have applied. If you have passed, there are other policy ramifications. So we're in collaboration with DPME as well and National Treasury for this cost benefit analysis for the linkages, but also to make sure that what we identify as pieces of land for use for this category of people, it needs to be those who are within the 30-kilometer inward into the CBD, to avoid the transport, to avoid the escalation of the costs in food and whatever. And that is why we at least need to make sure that they're in serviced areas so that there is minimal disruption in terms of the operational costs. I think futuristically, we were hoping to launch the CETA partnership, which will not only talk about registration, but will also even give you comfort as honorable members. If we say we've built houses for so many people, who are those people? You need to be able to go into the system, and the system must tell you who has benefited from the social housing program of South Africa. You talk of corruption there, you say people are registered, but they're not in houses. It will also assist us to sift and clean that process. But we are not yet ready, as we had hoped we will be by this time, but it's still work in progress, and I hope we will report futuristically. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honourable Brett.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, instead of extending citizens' dependency on the state, citizens will be empowered more if they have the freedom of choice, freedom of decision-making, and the freedom to live the lives that they desire. Now, based on the previous question and your answer thereto, surely a new type of grant is needed to help to accelerate house construction as we move away from RDP housing policy towards a site and service policy. Do you have plans in place for such a move in policy?
Thank you, Honourable Brett. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll have to look closely into that. It does not necessarily mean the policy currently is exclusive or excludes initiatives that people need to be able to develop for themselves. For example, our waiting list wouldn't be at 3.4 million. You remember the initial response is also minimized by service sites. What is service site? Is a site where we have made a determination that you may be unemployed today or you may be earning minimal, you need a house, but not necessarily that the state must build for you. You will be given a site that has got access to water, electricity, and whatever. That is written and handed over to you so that you could be able to have a choice of your own, a size of the house that you own. And we are surpassing our targets. If honourable members will recall, as we closed the financial year of 2024-2025, our target, if I recall it very well, was 3,200 sites in one province, which is Mpumalanga, if I recall, and they exceeded the target by deciding to focus more because their list was more on the needs of people with service sites rather than people with PNG, that is RDP houses, to create that choice and reduce the dependency that we need. What is the learnings that we have seen in the finance stream that we had in IPTs in other countries, particularly our neighboring countries? We're one of the few countries that provide free housing. But surely you will agree with me, incrementally it's becoming an unsustainable. That we are beginning the talks of saying service stands are a way to go and people building themselves. But there is a category of the need, and that is why this collaboration with social development, because it cares for the vulnerable who you need to take care of. And the improvement of the list in relation to the database is to deal amongst with other issues of people who will then overtake those who are supposed to be prioritized because they are vulnerable. I mean, you hand over a house today to a 49-year-old, not that there's anything wrong if he meets the requirement, but just next to the 49-year-old, there's a 85-year-old woman who is still having a sticker as well, and he or she has registered the house or a request for a house in 1997, in 2001. So you do see that the selection also indicates to us that our system needs to be workshopped properly to deal with the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last follow-up question is from the Honourable Machabeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Greetings to you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chair, with reference to the current national reliance on the SRD grant and the urgent need for economic empowerment in the housing sector, has the department considered the immediate establishment of a state-owned construction company, which would be mandated to directly employ artisans, engineers, and laborers on a full-time permanent basis to serve as the primary vehicle for all infrastructure and housing development? If so, what are the details in this regard? If not, how does the minister justify the continued reliance on the corrupt and inefficient tender system, which result in shared RDP structures when a state-owned company would internalize skills, generate quality, and provide the sustainable employment necessary to end the national dependency on a social grant? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Machubeni. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Machabe, that's not the direction we've started looking into. We're looking, yes, into the creation of skills. We participate, for example, in Saturday, we had PPRA graduating over 500 property practitioners who are also trained with a combination of skills besides the real estate to ensure that they get into the space. We collaborate well with our sitters, NHBRC, jointly with about 4 colleges where we train young people to be able to assist either in plumbing and whatever. We do participate in skills development and planting most of that in our municipalities. Also our implementing agent, HTA, amongst others. But in terms of a state company, I wonder how many companies would we need to build on a day-to-day basis. But that's not the area we've been looking into to create a state company to build. I have attempted earlier on, and it worked in my life. I was having quite a number of traditional leaders, and I looked into internal municipal building capacity. And I was running a secondary city, and we were able to build our traditional houses using internal municipal staff. I'd never attempted to run on a business in terms. So there are other ways also that you could still use your a correctional service way as well. They are trained. We pump a lot of money for them to be trained and underutilized. I'm not saying it's a far-fetched idea and a theory, but I don't want to just respond for the sake of responding. We have not yet looked into that, but I appreciate the thought. Maybe one can really digest it further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That brings us to the end of question 61. We now move on to question 69 that was asked by the Honorable Mabebo, and it deals with housing infrastructure grants. Honorable Minister, your response to that question.
Wow, this was one of the questions, Honorable Mabebo. Thank you very much, House Chair. In the non-spending in relation to 2024 and 2025, I've tried to put it in the separate grants and also looked into the final calculation that National Treasury in relation to both provinces and metropolitan municipalities has concluded it, and it reflects as so in our books. It's a total of, for the Human Settlement Development Grant, it was 5.9, just almost 6 million. And for our ISOP, which is our Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant, which we give to provinces, it was about 2.8, almost 3 million, 2.850 million. I do give a breakdown if honorable members have an interest. For example, in the overall 8 million of the provincial grants, Eastern Cape contributed around 670,000. Free State, the highest was Gauteng, because the number of their grant is higher, informed by the number of the calculation. You will recall how DORA deals with the population and size in the main. So in the calculation on all our grants, Gauteng receive a substantial amount in comparison to others. And then I looked further into the urban settlement grant as well. The urban settlement grant, this is a grant which causes a bit of unhappiness, really. Because in my view, honorable members, there shouldn't be a cent that gets to be returned. The urban settlement grant was developed precisely because we wanted to assist metros in particular to improve on their infrastructure, be it sewer, be it water, be it internal streets, potholes, waste, etc. So we shouldn't be talking quite a lot. So for us to turn around 105 million, it's just a pain. It's yes, in the bigger scheme of things, it's not a lot, but I was hoping that this is a grant that you can even repair that internal street right up to zero and turn nothing into the fiscus. The informal settlement grant, which we now direct straight to, there is a province allocation, which was the first one, and to metros. We, at the metros in the informal settlement, we turned back about 69 million. It's another pain. A pain in this instance, even if you do not have money sufficient to build a house in an informal settlement, you could unblock, you could place them properly, you could create roads, even for emergency services, run those costs so that you are able to be in a position to plan properly. You can even contract planners to be able to assist you to plan the settlement properly for you to be able to start and build a house. So the informal settlement grant, because remember, these people just walked anywhere else and put a shack. So it basically, you need to start everything afresh. So we cannot be in a position to say we have turned back 69 million. And it was only 4 metros that did that, led by Nelson Mandela Bay and Mangaung, followed by the city of Cape Town and Buffalo City. I think the 4 metros are the one that just didn't do us good. The other 4 did their best to try to clear everything that was allocated to them. We assist, we deal with quota performance, we enhance our monitoring, we deal with the conditions, we hold, we ask them to resubmit the plans, we stop and reallocate, we try not to lose money into the fiscus. We've incorporated SALGA into our MINMEC because our approach is developmental. We always get National Treasury as well to come in with better financial tools and management to assist our municipalities. We hope to improve more, particularly on our bulk infrastructure, so that we can minimize the underspending. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mabebo, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, and thanks to the Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, I'm sure you will agree that the persistence of the return of housing infrastructure grants to National Treasury and the use of these grants for purpose for what they are not intended for is a serious disservice to our people in the housing space. The question that arises is therefore whether there is an integrated policy framework to hold officials accountable for this, as it undermines national efforts to provide free and decent housing to the most vulnerable, the poor, and the working class. I thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Mabebo. Honourable Minister, your response to that question?
Thank you, House Chair. I think I articulated to the clear policy framework earlier on in response to trying to curtail, minimizing the underutilization, but minimizing the incorrect use of allocation of the fund that would have been granted. Of course, we need to clean even more in ensuring that we improve on the provision of bulk infrastructure, particularly with the informal upgrading grant. We have also introduced measures because to utilize the informal settlement upgrading grant only for temporary services like tankering and chemical toilets is just bad. Categorize it as waste. So we've put a threshold that quarterly, all of us, including provincial treasuries, track how much has been used because that grant is meant for the municipality and the province to clear informal settlements, not to keep them perpetually present. That is what the grant is about. So we felt that we would want actually not to increase on the 10, but rather to decrease and come down so that they invest more on infrastructure, do service stands, and eradicate informal settlements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honourable Badenhorst.
Minister, will the department consider reallocating unspent housing grants to provinces that have demonstrated the ability to actually deliver?
Thank you, Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable Minister, your response.
No. We do that actually, and I must indicate that it's the gains of my predecessors actually. We stop and reallocate. That's an agreement that we have with National Treasury. In fact, at the end of January, this January past, we have submitted for our metros. Remember, the financial year for them, they must be at 50% in December because it's month 6, they're halfway through. So what we do at the end of January, we then submit to National Treasury to say, looking at their business plan, where they are in spending now, this is realistic, this is not realistic. But looking at that metro, this one is going to spend more and this, and can you then reallocate? And we do the same with provinces. In this year, as reallocation, stop and reallocation for provinces, at least 2 provinces are angry with me. Honorable Badenhorst, that is Western Cape and Gauteng. The board are saying, are taking me and National Treasury for a review, but we said we are happy. We have done a stop and reallocation on those, and minimally to the Western Cape. The Western Cape this time around is saying you should have given us more than you should have given Eastern Cape, and we've brought the figures. I don't think they are convinced. In the previous year, we were on the table. They were not happy that we have cut around 250 million. This year, we've cut about 150, I think, for Gauteng, but the allocation went to Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Free State. 60 Free State, 60 KwaZulu-Natal, and 30 Limpopo, something like that. I may not recall by heart, but we do that. My headache, Western Cape and Gauteng. Not what? No, there's no review. You can bring it. Bring it. Bring the review. For as long as I said to my MECs as well, because I can tell you now they've cut more. You can't have your cake and eat it. If my figures were so right to an extent that I should have cut more, you must agree that I must take more.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from Honourable Suisa.
No, thank you, Minister. Greetings, Minister. Apologies for laughing out loud when the question was asked. Minister, noting that over 3.3 million South Africans remain on the National Housing Needs Register, including the elderly who have been waiting for over 30 years for dignified homes, while millions in conditional grants were unspent in the financial year 2024-2025. What are the reasons specifically why you and your counterparts at provinces allowed billions meant for infrastructure funding to be returned to National Treasury while our people continue to live in shacks and informal settlement?
Why has no one been held accountable for the catastrophic failure to spend allocated funds on bulk infrastructure and housing to structures? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Suisa. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Honorable Sabisa, thank you very much for the question. I think let me correct something from your question. You talk of billions, and I even gave figures, and I would like to bring them on, of what we turned back into the fiscus. I did indicate that there were two provinces. I called them in terms of the provincial grants, they took back around 13 million. In both the Human Settlement Development Grant and the provincial grant. And in terms of the informal settlement grant, the provinces combined took back 2 million. So if you look into the provinces on the two grants, it's around 15 million. I then went to give a breakdown of about urban settlement grant, and I did indicate that I still beat myself why this grant we turned around 100 million. And that you will give it, well, to be exact, is 105 million. And then I went further to deal with the Metro's informal settlement upgrading grant. I indicated that we took around 69 million. We are not even close to 500 million. So we can't even arrive at even being close at least to 1 billion. No, and I'm not undermining or underplaying that each and every cent is well deserved by any beneficiary in relation to the grant that it is allocated for. I said that upfront. I beat myself that metros can take 105 million back. It's unacceptable. But we equally can't then say the performance is extremely bad that we get allocated 34 billion and 10 billions. No, the case is not like that. But we try, as I indicated, to enhance our quarter reviews, which I attend myself. I don't send only the technical staff. So I know physically my project. I know people who has been working. You must ask your MMC, Eguruleni, or must I call him former? The former MMC, Eguruleni. I was working with him very, very well. You know, that's my point. That is why you are not here. Ekurhuleni didn't turn, for example, its informal settlement grant. So I'm giving it to you, Wampon, where you deserve it, where you deserve it. And I went to an extent of saying 4 of my metros, which did not perform well, I named them. And I said, besides that, we then have enhanced the planning, we've enhanced the early warning systems where we bring national treasure. To cap that, we can abuse the system. We do not just stop and reallocate without a written approval from National Treasure. That is why I'm calling on any review with ease, because I've put myself to test as well to say, National Treasure, am I sensible in saying this in relation to the submitted business plan? I regret any cent that was not unspent, but it is not amounting to billions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The final question comes from the Honorable Briet.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honourable Minister, maybe just to assist you, it was 150 million from Gauteng that was then allocated to the Free State, the Eastern Cape and Limpopo. 60 million for the Free State and the Eastern Cape and then 30 million for Limpopo. But let me get to my question, Deputy Chairperson. In terms of the unspent housing funds in, for example, the 150 million that we see in Gauteng, how is these unspent funds actually impacting the department's ability to reduce housing backlogs in these provinces, and how are we going to account for that and to ensure that we do not have an increased housing backlog within these non-allocated or realigned or reprioritized funds, whatever you want to call them. Thanks, Deputy Chair and Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Briett. Honourable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brett, for that assistance there of that 150 million. I think my brain has been overstretched now. I couldn't recall quite a number of things by head. Well, Honorable Brett, remember earlier on I said to you, celebrate that for the first time in 5 years or so, or 5 financial years, Free State had never received an additional. And the typical example of the backlog that Free State has is because it has been incrementally losing the funds. I think in my arrival at Human Settlement, they lost around 100 and something. We tried to assist in the terms of the payment of the contractors, which is what we're doing in Northwest now, which were in excess. But what does that mean? It means the houses that were planned and budgeted for were part of the APP have not been built. It means the beneficiary who was expecting a house and the municipality had told him, here is a contractor, he has been appointed, or the money has been announced either by me or the president or whoever, or the premier to say we're building 500 houses in whatever settlement. That promise has fell flat. That's the worst meaning for it, on underspent for everybody else. The biggest loser here is the beneficiary who are supposed to get a house. And the beneficiaries are the vulnerable. It's your elderly, it's people with disabilities, it's child-headed household. And that is why I'm saying I regret any cent that has not been spent because it needs to be spent properly. And that is why at first my MECs were complaining about a bit of some overreach and whatever, but we have a bit of now nicely a common understanding that we are jointly taking responsibility for the allocation. But I think I must also commend my forebears who were able to have an arrangement which keeps us on our toes, that when we say we are moving it from this province, we shouldn't be taking it to a province that can't spend it. It means our assessment on a quarter basis must be so ripe and handy, agile to an extent that if you have got an additional 60 million and you're taking it to Free State, what are they going to do about it? That shows. And you need to be able to oversee that, because you also can't do fiscal dumping. And that is why we do 6 months to the line almost, to make sure that we were late, of course, I must admit, in terms of the provincial allocation now. But yes, we are on the ball in making sure that they're able to spend. But I agree and I commit that most of all, we need not to be coming to the House to talk about stop and reallocation and whatever. It means we haven't lined our ducks in a row properly in all the 9 provinces to make sure that all the beneficiaries who were initially in the business plan receive. But overall, it also says National Treasury can't do a top-up to us, because it means they can't top when you have not even emptied your basket, simply put. So if education or anybody else doesn't spend, we can't be recipients or beneficiaries from Gwagos's pay, Miganje. Because we wouldn't have emptied the basket. Top what? Because we haven't spent. I think that's in the main, the greatest injustice that this has created, unfortunately.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I think that now brings us to the end of your questions. And I want to thank you for your comprehensive responses. You may take your seat. Honourable members. Honourable members, I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for availing herself today to answer questions in the NCOP. We now move on to the Honourable Minister of Water and Sanitation, the Honourable Majundina, to take questions. And the first question that The Honourable Minister will respond to. Thank you, Honourable Members. Thank you for welcoming the Honourable Minister. The first question that the Honourable Minister will respond to is a question from Honourable Kaunda that deals with flood damage and cost analysis. Honourable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much to you, House Chair. Good afternoon to honorable members of this House. And thank you very much for inviting us to be in your house when we celebrate human rights, because water is a basic and a fundamental human right. We also celebrate the year of water. Greetings to also to the Minister of Human Settlement. Honorable Kaunda, the department has relied on the self-assessment carried out by 2 municipalities which has been affected by the floods in Limpopo, namely Mopani as well as Vembe. The assessment was subsequently verified by engineers from MISA, but I must say, as the Department of Water and Sanitation, we can only assist through our 2 grants, the Water Services Infrastructure Grant as well as the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant. The Vembe District Municipality has submitted its request and we are finalizing the business plan, and the cost is 80 million. In terms of Mopani has not submitted, unfortunately. And when they've not submitted, it means they are fine in terms of their water and sanitation infrastructure, because those floods in the main, they've affected road infrastructure as well as the bridges. In Mpumalanga, we also conducted a technical assessment on water infrastructure, and we found that it was minimal in terms of how they were affected. Based on the information submitted, DWS, we have agreed that Nkomazi, Emakazeni, Temsileani, and Bushbuck Ridge must be supported, and the total amount is 47 million. Nkomazi, 15 million, Emakazeni, 18 million, Temsileani, 11 million, Bushbuck Ridge, 3 million. The department has not yet received infrastructure damage for Gauteng, as per your question. Only the 2 provinces that were adversely affected by the disaster. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We'll have a follow-up question, Honourable Kaunda.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your adequate response. I will just ask one part as a follow-up as to how can you accelerate and assist the municipalities which have not costed and submitted their own damages which relates to water infrastructure. I think that is the only part. The other part you have covered it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kaunda. Honourable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, House Chair. What we could do is to assist municipality to work with MISA, because some of the municipalities, they don't submit to us. They work with MISA and submit their request through MISA. However, when the municipalities have been declared as a disaster area, we also send our teams. But with these municipalities that have not submitted, even when our teams go there, they don't cooperate. And to us, it means they don't need assistance. They might be fine. Maybe out of their own analysis is that water and sanitation is not that much affected. But we get to a point that maybe we must do better and do more to reach out even if they don't respond. However, the municipality is a different sphere. You don't impose yourself on them. You can assist, but if they don't reach out, you are unable to impose yourself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honourable Dr. Skriakoglu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, the reason why we year on year must spend money on replacing infrastructure after national disasters because we focus on drainage instead of retention of water through green infrastructure. We know where the flood lines are, wetlands and communities at risk. What have the department done to consider to implement catchment-based flood management? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Dr. Skriakoglu. Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker, I'm so sorry. Okay. Deputy Chair. Funa ukwehlisa abantu isikhundla. Huh? Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. The issue of stormwater drainage and the green infrastructure to ensure that we deal with floods. You see, when it comes to municipalities, the water infrastructure is within their mandate. We can play our role to a certain level. Our role will be around the area of where there is bulk infrastructure. If you look at all those floods that have happened in recent floods, be it in KZN, be it in Limpopo or Mpumalanga, they are not around the bulk infrastructure. Our bulk infrastructure is intact. What gets affected adversely is the local municipality infrastructure. Through our regional bulk infrastructure grant, we can assist, but that assistance is based on the request and the submission that has been made by municipalities. If they don't, we can't impose anything to them to say, this is how we want to assist you. Because when we issue these grants, we get so many applications from various municipalities, 257. So we have to weigh which municipality need to be assisted as a matter of urgency. But if they don't submit, unfortunately, there's nothing that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honourable Tresa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Minister, collapsing RDP houses and washed out roads have become a permanent normalized indignity for the people. While your department produces nothing but abstract impact and cost analysis reports beyond these desk-bound reports, can you provide the House today with specific dates and outcomes of your direct oversight engagement with the displaced families in Komas and Bushbuck Ridge who are still living in temporary shelters and damaged infrastructure? What visible, tangible, and tangible outcomes or budget allocations have you put in place? But actual bulk infrastructure, what bulk infrastructure have you delivered in these two specific municipalities since the January 2026 floods to prove that rural lives are a priority? Moreover, what action do you then take when a municipality has wrongfully declared a water leak as a disaster? Do you still then support that municipality with consideration to that actual finding? Thank you very much.
Honorable Kesa, but the bulk of your question was on housing infrastructure, and I think the Honorable Minister will answer what is relevant to her department.
I wish I could respond to bulk to human settlement question. Honorable Kesa, thank you very much for the question. Municipalities, when it comes to infrastructure, they develop their own infrastructure. But when they've made application, we've approved that application, we fund them through the Water Services Infrastructure Grant, through the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant. And when now you want the numbers, the figures of the bulk water infrastructure that we've approved in those municipalities, so we'll have to send you that information. But as a matter of fact, for these floods, the bulk infrastructure has not been affected that much, except what I said in Mpumalanga. I've said there are 4 municipalities in the main that have been affected, and the amounts are up to 47 million. So we are finalizing that to assist them in their water and sanitation infrastructure. So that we are going to monitor, because we are going to do that through Schedule 5B. 5B is when the municipality has applied, then you transfer the grant to the municipality. But if the municipality is unable to spend that amount, we come in after a certain period and take over or reverse 5B and come in and or convert it to be Schedule 6B. What does Schedule 6B mean? It means we are going to appoint an implementing agent, because municipality is not doing its work, and we avoid taking the money back to national fiscus. So we come in through Schedule 6B and implement on their behalf and appoint a steering committee and monitor on 6 months basis. So that is how far we can go when it comes to bulk infrastructure, especially when it comes to the issue of floods. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The final follow-up question is from the Honorable Farmer.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, what mechanisms are in place to ensure that funds allocated for repairs are not lost?
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Farmer, thank you very much for the question. Our grants, both grants, they have conditions. You can't, they are ring-fenced. You can't use WISIG grant or RIBIC grant for any other thing except what is meant for. So that is the way we monitor it. The second one is that if the report, we release these grants on trenches. If in one of the reports before we release the next trench, we found out that you did not comply, we don't release that trench, and we make municipality to pay back the money that was meant for infrastructure if they use it for something else that is outside water and sanitation infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That brings us to the end of that question. We now move on to question 56. As asked by Honorable Dr. Skrill-Hokel, and the question deals with the ring fencing municipal infrastructure grants. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Dr. Skrill-Hokel, as I said that we have 2 grants as a department, and we do that through the Division of Revenue Act. The purpose of these 2 grants is to develop, to refurbish, and to augment water and sanitation infrastructure grant. Funds allocated under Section 5B will be administered by municipalities, but if there's a challenge, we come in. That's a good part of it, that you don't sit back because you have given them a grant. But the DWS ensures accountability by monitoring the projects on its expenditure. We do physical sites and verify progress on the ground based on the grants that we have allocated. The department closely monitors performance through the implementing agent. The department also works with municipalities and sector stakeholders, because that is what is important, to involve the communities through their steering committee to also oversight the project, because that project is for the benefit of the communities. DWS, we also meet with COCTA, with water boards, with SALGA. When we fund through our grant, we don't do it secretly. We become very transparent, because we want to ensure that municipalities don't double dip, because it used to happen that you fund the same project as COCTA, through MIG, as DWS, as MISA, as Human Settlement. All municipalities will submit in all 4 departments or 4 entities to be funded. So when we work together in collaboration, we're able to pick up that already DWS has funded, therefore MIG cannot fund the same project. That is how we are trying to monitor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Dr. Skriokokal, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, the residents of Ntawanatsazi depends on one water tanker that comes once a day, because the reservoir outside Cornelia that started in 2017 have been abandoned. The residents of Pomolong and Namahadi have to walk for long distances to get water, because the reservoir to be completed in 2022 haven't happened. The residents of Tweeling face water shedding daily because officials didn't bother to perform their duties with due diligence to buy the correct size pump to ensure water is delivered to residents. And so I can go on about Mafube local municipality, to the failure to utilize their grants, to uphold the constitution to assure sufficient water supply. But Minister, every time I ask you about what are you going to do about local government, it's blame shift. You are the custodian of water for South Africa. When will you start to hold these local municipalities accountable? I'm talking about clean water in the taps of millions of South Africans.
Dr. Skriokokal, I really didn't get a question there, but Minister, you may respond.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, I don't understand where this blame game comes from. Not unless, Honorable Doctor, you are saying I must be a constitutional delinquent, defy constitution, do as I wish, go to municipalities, take over the mandate of municipalities with the authority that I don't have. If facts are to shift the blame, I really don't know. What else must I do? You talk reservoirs. Reservoirs are part of the assets of municipalities. Water pipeline for reticulation, the taps, they are the assets of municipalities. What more do you expect me to do? If you want to change the constitution and take away the powers of municipalities and give it to me standing here, I will appreciate that, but you need a 2/3 majority to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honourable Molokome.
Thank you, Deputy. Deputy, Minister. Over some time, the issue of reinforcing of municipal infrastructure grants has always occupied the center stage of public policy discourse. Your reply to this question clearly shows that much as it may be a factor in some instances, it is not key to persistence of challenge of water and sanitation and also infrastructure. My question, Minister, is how is the intervention of the department in assisting municipalities translate into transfer of skills and capacity building? To what extent has the rollout of district development model made an impact in alleviating some of the challenges faced by these municipalities? Thank Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Molokome. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mlogweni, thank you so much with this question. The lack of ring fencing for water sales is one of the sources of the woes that are in municipalities, because the water infrastructure for the longest time has not been operated and maintained properly. What you see now, it has been coming for years. Now that infrastructure has given up, it is overloaded, it has constraints. So hence you'll see water everywhere. And that water that is everywhere is a clean and treated water, which comes from the bulk water supply. But people of South Africa say we don't have water, whilst there is water. And that is true, that they do, as long as there's no water in the tap that comes out of the tap, there is no water in that community. This is one of the non-negotiables when it comes to ring fencing of water sales, proper maintenance, locating those informal or illegal connections. How do we then assist municipalities? Municipalities get assisted through MISA, because MISA is the one that is supposed to transfer skills to municipalities. However, in terms of DDM, we work with all municipalities through the DDM champions, but as long as we have not, as a country, focused on saying the infrastructure is very old, municipalities cannot be able to replace the infrastructure. And tomorrow we'll be meeting with the technical team on the newly formed water crisis, national water crisis task team, to say what are the immediate things that needed to be done by government nationally in terms of reinforcing what municipalities are unable to do. Because the fact is, municipalities don't even collect revenue, but as they don't, the demand is too high in terms of water supply. So one other thing that we've identified is lack of technical skills. You can't capacitate a teacher, an educator, to be a civil engineer or a water engineer or a scientist. It means the priority must be done in terms of what are the skills that are needed in terms of sustaining the water and sanitation infrastructure. We are assisting now in doing the actual audit. What is in there in the 257 municipality? Can they be able to resolve the issue of water? Standing here, I would say no. With the current skills that are there, they will be unable to resolve this. So hence, we think that we are going to package everything as part of intervention by national government. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honourable Makasini.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, siyayibona kumasipala ezininzi into ye-infrastructure collapsileyo nokuthi i-corruption enzekayo nge-issue water tank, regardless of invocation of Section 63. Imasipala ezifana neMadibeni, apho xa kuthi umasipala eza ngeplan with the skilled official, ukuthi funeke imali kubuildwe infrastructure that will assist the municipality. The water tankers and the councillors, they will fight the municipality so that ngoba beneficiary zalento yenzeka ye-water tankers. Niza kuyenza njani ukukhupha i-politicians uba involved into corruption enzekayo, because now ba end up befuna bona ba benefite abantu basafare ngoba abalwela abafuna ukufaka ophathwe that will assist and relieve the funds to the government ukuthi siyazi sustainable water will reach to the people as they bewadinga amanzi. So sabenza njani lama councillor nez officials naba balwisa nyane municipal manager kazenza effort ukuthi zenze resolve a problem yamanzi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makasini. Honourable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Honourable Makasini, you are very correct. The corruption is very rife through the water tankering. I'm on records that I said water tankering must be insourced. And the advantage of insourcing is for municipality to intervene when there is a crisis, but it can't be a permanent solution. And there's a purpose why some municipalities are doing that. Is exactly what you have said, that there are kickbacks and all that, there are water mafias. At times, it's not municipalities, it's the service providers who sabotage the water infrastructure so that municipality perpetually, they depend on them to give them a business so that they can live forever. But that makes our communities to suffer. The water tankers are not sustainable at all. Those water mafias are all over. 6 months ago, I was traveling to Limpopo. I met 230 new water tankers. New water tankers. So everybody is buying a water tanker because this is a business that you can do everywhere. 2 weeks ago, we have launched a water sector anti-corruption forum with SIU. But the main thing that we are also packaging towards the water crisis committee is to in-source municipalities. At some point, they must be instructed, maybe by the high office of the president, to in-source the water tankering. When we tried to do that in some municipalities, we find that they've signed a contract of 5 years. A contract of 5 years of water tankers, the money that they were supposed to be used to build infrastructure that is going to be sustainable, that is going to serve our people. Water tanker take away the dignity of our people. Because you can't even flush toilets. You go and fetch water with 10 liters. You have to cook, you have to wash, you have to do everything. You have to clean the house, and you have a bathroom inside. You can't even flush. So the water tankering and insourcing is the way to go, but the infrastructure must be a priority. We're happy that there is a 54 billion that the National Treasury is allocated for infrastructure, and water is part of that infrastructure. So it means this thing of water tankering is either they are in source or they are banned altogether. What we are trying to do now, we're saying, in the areas where communities are unserved, they are unserved communities, let alone those that get water, tomorrow there's no more water, there will be water after 5 days. Others, taps are there standing dry, but they are unserved communities who are still drinking water from the streams, from the dams, from the rivers. We are saying, let's go closer there, drill boreholes, but make boreholes to be moderate, to an extent that you put water tanks next to the boreholes. They must not come and push borehole down and up, but they must be treated with decency. We have done that in some of the areas. The water from the borehole goes out of the tap. So this is the intervention that we're making for this year for the unserved communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last follow-up question is from the Honourable Breed.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Good day, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, in instances where municipalities have failed to deliver functional infrastructure, despite having the allocated funding to do that, have you considered and have you implemented consequence management to address, for example, financial mismanagement and project and then consequence management for projects not completed? And can you give us examples of those instances? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Breed. Honourable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair. Honourable Brett, thank you very much for that question. We can only implement consequence management in terms of our grants only, but beyond the grant that we allocate, there's nothing that we can do. COGTA is better positioned to do that. So we intervene in terms of the projects that are incomplete when we have transferred money. So we come in through the implementing agent to complete the project. But on their day-to-day running of municipality through the equitable share, through the MIG, were unable to hold municipalities accountable. So especially when the municipality is a water service authority as well as a water service provider. So there's an amendment of the bill that is already here in Parliament where we are saying we have to differentiate between a water service authority and a water service provider. There must be certain skills that goes with that municipality and the capacity for you to be a water service authority. Hence, you have the 105 water service authorities that are performing dismal out of 144. That shows that there is a crisis in terms of water management. The crisis that we have now of not having water is based on the water management skills that is not there at the level where water is supposed to go to the people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That brings us to the end of question 56. We now move on to question 64 that was asked by the Honourable Mabebo, and it deals with the National Recovery Plan. Honourable Minister, your response to that question, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair. Honourable Mabebo, thank you for this question. The ministry has been engaging municipal customers of water boards that have accumulated debt since 2024. I must say, meetings are held time and again with premiers, COPTA MECs, mayors, municipal managers, as well as CFOs of these municipalities. The water boards are also implementing their standard operation procedures to improve billing and revenue collection. These measures, unfortunately, affect ordinary citizens. Measures like enforcing water restrictions on non-paying municipalities, attachment of municipal bank accounts, and equitable share. We have done that. We've held the equitable share through the National Treasury. And the reason to do that, we want the municipality to commit to service their debt. What municipalities do is that they will commit and sign that we are going to pay. Then the equitable share is released. Then they renege and not pay. Currently, municipalities, the following municipalities are owing water boards 17 billion. That is Val Central, Rand Water, Lipelle, and Mahalis. The only sustainable water board here is Rand Water, but all others, as I said last year here, they might collapse if we don't do drastic measures. Governor Mbeki, Victor Kanye, Ngaka Mudiri, Mulema, Dr. Ruth Mutsimbu Mumpati, Makwasi Hill, Kaimang, Dikhatong, Kopanong, Nala, Mfuleni, Lisedi, Mirafong, Rand West, Greater Ritaba, Vembe, Pukwana, and Machabeng. I'm raising Machabeng last because from January until last week, I had to camp in Machabeng. Machabeng took us to court when we restricted water. They took us to court. They owe us. So we said, it must be 50-50. Look, you owe, we give you water in accordance to what you are paying. So the court, they ran to court ruled in our favor to say, in fact, they must pay. At that time, they were owing 8 billion, Machabeng alone. Then the court said they must pay 62 million a month. They agreed. The next month, they paid 12 million. They've been paying 12 million for a year, up until in January, where I went to them to say, but this cannot be on. Because this water entity is collapsing now because they are owing them. So we had to sit with them up until last week when they took a council resolution that they will pay 30 million. So they were on the list here. We said, but if out of the negotiations and they've agreed to pay 30 million for 3 months, let's observe them. Then if they don't pay again, we'll go back. It's not a good thing to do, but we have to do it because water boards are collapsing when they are not paid. Furthermore, both us, DWS and National Treasury, we developed a water debt relief. And even on that, you say municipality, pay what you owe now in terms of the invoice. Then you'll get exemption for the historic debts. Still, they don't take that advantage. So this issue of the restrictions of water, it does help, but it inconvenience ordinary citizens that don't have control over whether we are paid or not, especially those communities that are paying on a monthly basis, paying their bills. They feel bad and they feel inconvenienced by municipalities. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Good afternoon to you and the honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. The next follow-up question will be on the online platform from Honourable Breert.
It should be you follow up.
Maybe not. Beg your pardon. That question is done already. So then, Minister, we move on to question number 64. Question 64 was asked by the Honourable Mabibo. It relates to the National Recovery Plan. If we can have your reply to question 64.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, allow me first to express sincere appreciations of the initiatives by the President in prioritizing challenges of water and sanitation infrastructure. As a follow-up, can Honourable Minister take this August House into confidence whether there is an integrated national water and sanitation recovery plan in the aftermath of the recent floods, and whether there are policy considerations for integrated early warning system into the future, and if so, what are the relevant details? Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Mabibo, for saving me there. Your reply, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you so much. Honourable Mabibo, thank you very much for this follow-up question. The recent floods, it's a clear warning to all of us that because of climate change, the infrastructure of any kind that we are constructing now must be resilient and be built in a different manner altogether, because climate change is real, and therefore it must be treated as such. The early warnings are done through COCTA, because COCTA is assigned to lead the National Disaster Coordinating Committee, of which the infrastructure and service delivery departments, human settlement, transport, roads, water, electricity, we are part of that committee that is led by Honourable Hlabisa. So there is an integrated strategy, but it's not yet signed off by cabinet, because it has been a working document. Because these floods, they happen very sporadic. But also when you attend to the floods of February, March, there are floods of the previous years that have not been attended to. So the way of coordinating the response to floods, it's what government must do better, so that people must not feel inconvenienced that just because these floods were just on TV, everybody ran there, then they got assistance, whilst there are those who have more than 10, 15 years are waiting for their infrastructure, especially the human settlement infrastructure, to be replaced or to be constructed. That is the challenge that we have since observed out of these floods. Hence, the people of Umtata 2 weeks ago, they were marching to say we were left unattended because our houses were partially damaged, but you prioritize those who did not have houses at all, and you forgot about us. I think government need a tracking system that will be able to make government to respond accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. And the next supplementary question will be posed by the Honourable Adriansa.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, you have already alluded to the fact that you are well aware of the proliferation of water tankers as our country navigates the current water crisis. In this light, what coordination exists between the Department of Water and Sanitation, National Treasury, and the Special Investigation Unit to ensure that municipalities receiving recovery assistance do not simultaneously award irregular tanker contracts and to investigate astronomical increases in water tanker expenditure, like the city of Tshwane's 455% increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Adrianse. Please reply to that, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Thank you very much, Honourable Andreas, for that question. Water tankers are a nightmare. They are a nightmare because they are robbing off the poor. They are robbing off the citizens who are supposed to get a good service in terms of water. The financial recovery plan by the National Treasury, I take the point when you are saying maybe some of the conditions or on that financial recovery plan should be that it must draw a line on the sand to say, we assist you, you don't get into contracting the water tankers. But as you say that, how do you then assist those who are unserved? So it's a question of a chicken and egg. But what I might want to take from what you are saying is that where there's a need to use a water tanker, the condition should be in source. In source, don't go for private. In source, then I'll take that because we're still putting together the intervention plan for municipalities, the 105 that are not performing well, to say now let's go through in sourcing, and that must be a condition to assist them. I take that point. It's a very good point. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable delegates, the next opportunity for a supplementary question falls to the Honourable Montwedi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, going back to the original question 64 by Honourable Mabibo. Municipal water boards, municipal debt to water boards has exploded to about 25.5 billion since the beginning of this month, directly threatening the operational existence of entities like Val Central, Magalies Water. And you'll agree with me that the disestablishment of Sedibeng Water in 2022 was as a result of these debts that you're talking about, risking the disestablishment of these other water boards if correct actions are not put into place, Minister. Now, I want to ask Minister a very simple and a direct question to say, why has the department failed to enforce compliance against municipalities that continue to ignore payment arrangements? Because you come here, Minister, you are saying municipalities agree to pay, they sign payment agreements, equitable share gets released and they do not pay. So they are continuously doing that. Now, intergovernmental debt resolutions and statutory obligation, thereby placing water boards at the risk of operational collapse. And what immediate punitive and corrective measures will you implement to stop ongoing financial sabotage to water boards, given that the current recovery plans have clearly failed to halt the growth of areas? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Montwedi. Your reply to that, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Montwedi, thank you so much. One thing that keeps me awake whole night is the debt owed to water boards, because the implication of that is that Sedibeng collapsed, Bloem Water collapsed, the current Magalies took the debt of the collapsed Sedibeng and they carried it forward. The current Val Central took the debt of the collapsed Bloem Water and carried it forward, but now they are owed by the very clients. Now, your question, which is fundamental, to say at how far can you go in terms of enforcing compliance? How we tried to enforce compliance is to bring restrictions, give a limited water, but that does not assist ordinary citizens. So the only thing that we can do to enforce this is to cut water altogether. And surely not a single member will support us when we do that. When we cut water to citizens, some of them are paying. Municipality officials might not even feel it because their money, they can go and buy water. But what do you say about the ordinary citizens? The measure that we took on withholding of equitable share, that's what we started in earnest 2024-2025. But some municipalities go to court. And the case of Machabeng, court managed to be on our side. And if we could go to court for all municipalities, maybe that will be the way to go. But now, sometimes when you go to those books of municipalities, you find that already any cent or revenue that they collect is already committed on any other thing except water and sanitation, and that is a challenge. In fact, we are open as a department to be advised on what to do, respecting the constitution, the right of people to access water. But once these water boards collapse, water will not be purified. What you will all take polluted water that is not. Every time the chemicals, they go up, and municipality the water boards are supposed to ensure that they give quality water. So quality of water is going to be compromised as long as municipalities are not paying. So that is one of the issues that I've raised with the president. As you heard the president during SONA to say something must be done in terms of fixing municipalities. So I think in the next 3 months, we'll be able to come back to this house to say what is the plan that we have agreed upon in the National Water Crisis Committee. Then we are going to categorize them to say, for municipalities, this is what's supposed to happen. Those who are owing, this is what is supposed to happen. But beyond what we have done, there's nothing much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that reply, Minister. Let's go now to the Honourable Nzimande.
No, thanks, Deputy Chair. I Indli hairstyle. Neroko. No, Honorable Minister, we've taken note that you are acknowledging that whatever that municipalities are having is always committed. Meaning in actual sense, the intervention that is being made, including withholding of equitable share allocation to municipalities, will be just scratching where it's not itching. You'll also agree with us that this affects negatively the destitute, since the free basic services are funded through such allocation. And it shall cripple further the basic services. Now, the question that we have is government or your department in cooperation with other departments, the relevant departments, having any mitigating plan to avert crippling of basic services by such interventions? And obviously, it should include non-interruption of basic services to vulnerable and the poor. If you do, as a mitigating factors, if you do have mitigating factors, please can you elucidate so that we understand? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nzimande. Your response to that, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, Honourable House Chair, Honourable Nzimande. You are correct that maybe what we have been doing, it does not, we are not scratching where it is really itching, because it's not the municipal officials, no politicians that are serving in that space that feel the hurt when there is no water. What is the government plan in terms of ensuring that our people get water uninterrupted? You see, these deaths are mainly caused by non-revenue water in these municipalities. Water is leaking everywhere, be it next to the reservoir, be it on the street, on just normal pipelines, be it on the tap. So according to our engagement with SALGA, we said to SALGA, we must you check the possibility of using an advanced technology where municipalities must be able to detect where the major leaks are, so that they are able to close those leaks and able to give water to our people. Once they do that, any happy customer will be a customer that is happy to pay. But now what is going to happen with municipalities is that customers will not pay because water is not consistent. And those municipalities, all of them, they are going to collapse. And hence, we have to come closer to SALGA to say, you are an association of local government. There are best municipalities that are doing very well. After our water and sanitation in Daba, 3-4 municipalities, when we requested a report, they closed about 40% of their leakages. But there are others who are not doing anything about this. So the plan of government, based on the declaration by the president that now water supply is a crisis, we are coming up with a strategy to address that. If that needs be, maybe the two houses might be requested to approve certain measures of intervention beyond what we have now, notwithstanding the constitutional blockages, but something must be done. I fully agree with you. We cannot be spectators when things are not going well in a level where it's a cold face of service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, we move on to question number 54. Question 54 was asked about the findings and outcomes of investigations into vandalism at water treatment works and reservoirs. It was asked by the Honourable Xeza. If we can have your response to question 54, please.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honourable Xeza, thank you for that question. Indeed, vandalism is on the right, left and center everywhere. And this is the threat for sustainable water supply. Because as you pump more water, the water is going down the street. In the case of Nkomazi local municipality, there was a huge cable theft and vandalism incident that occurred in Tonga Raw water pump station, which took place despite the municipality. That municipality, they have security plan that is in place. They have safeguard the infrastructure. They have security guards. They have armed response guarding that water treatment plant. But those who went that night to destroy and vandalize, they were heavily armed more than those that were there. You see, in Amanskral, as we are about to complete the project, at night, a truck with TLB, it went there, it took the entire engine. The entire engine, what on the engine, engine. I-engine into enkulu kangaka. Surely, le nto le inomsebenzi ongaphakathi, umuntu nje awuqubule nje i-engine. And akunamuntu osondelayo, the community could hear that kune truck bavela ngamafestile bathi awa oh kudu. But the fact is, iyahamba machinery. Nobody wants to talk because abantu abafuna ukudutshulwa. So it is bad. But this municipality, when we talked to them, we said to them, this is sabotage. In the true sense, this is water sabotage, and that is very dangerous for the communities. The case was opened by the municipality, which is case 105/10/2025. The case was opened. With that case having been opened, there are no arrests as yet. But guess what? They did not take those cables. Why? According to our analysis, is because they thought it was copper cables. only to find out it's not copper cables. So they left them there, meaning that they don't care. So municipality must then buy new cables, put them there. But now even the security guards that were there, they are afraid to go back there. They said, no, now they're not going to take cables, they'll take us. You say how they can steal a white coffee and leave coffee black, take the milk from the coffee. This is how dangerous the mafias are. You think that you have a white coffee, you are stirring, they just come, steal milk, leave the black coffee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that culinary lesson, Minister. Let's move on to the supplementary question, please, Honourable Preza.
Thank you very much, Chair. The problem of sabotage of this infrastructure, Minister, has affected adversely the people of Kamhlushwa and Tonga since 2021 to date, including Posaville and Gamdladla and Piva. Given that you are constitutionally mandated to guarantee our people the right to sufficient water and dignified sanitation, a mandate that includes direct rehabilitation of bulk infrastructure and the regulation of water quality, what joint initiative, Minister, has your department taken with the JICC and the National Priority Crime Operation Committee to reduce vandalism and theft, ensuring restoration so our people no longer have to live in filth and water scarcity? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Preza. Your reply to that, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honourable Preza, thank you very much for that follow-up question. With our engagement with municipality now has taken additional measures to protect the cables, placing them inside the steel pipes so that and surround them with concrete so that whoever comes and steal must sweat before that person can steal. Furthermore, they are bringing a solar-powered lighting that has been installed to ensure adequate illumination during the load reduction period, because more than often these people look at load reduction or load shedding, then they come in because it's dark. So there's a solar panel that has been put there. A pump was installed to restore water supply through our assistance. However, one of the pumps was found to be uneconomical to repair because they also destroyed those pumps. But the municipality has therefore appointed a contractor to refurbish the water treatment plant. A follow-up will be done if I may get the list of those areas, because it means those are the areas that must be assisted on an emergency basis, whether it is through the drilling of the borehole or any other method that might make them to have water, so that when we package the intervention to areas where there was infrastructure but there's no more infrastructure because of vandalism, they must not be left out. So I'll be happy if your office could just send these so that when we talk with Mpumalanga area, we said also include these areas, because MPs are the eyes and ears of our people. They are unable to come here and speak on their own. But when you do your constituency work, you do exactly what you are saying. You mention them by names because you are there, you know, and even them sitting there at home, they know that we have an MP who understands our plight. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Let's go to Mr. Kaunda. Honourable Kaunda, for a follow-up question.
Thank you, House Chair. Indoni yamanzi isingiphendulile, ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honourable Kaunda. Let's ask Honourable Boshoff if she's got something she'd like to ask.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, good afternoon. We have this afternoon spoken a lot about the water tankers and the mafia. And to be quite honest, I also don't like black coffee. Minister, you also said that these water tankers and the mafia are a nightmare, and it is really, really important that you and your department look into this as a matter of urgency. Minister, therefore, where water infrastructure is repeatedly vandalized and municipalities subsequently spend large sums on emergency water tanker contracts, has your department analyzed whether the same service providers repeatedly benefit from these tanker tenders? And if this analysis has not been done or conducted, how can the department rule out the possibility that vandalism is sustaining a lucrative emergency procurement market? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. If you can reply, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Boshoff, thank you very much for this question.
Minister, please, if you can take your seat for a moment. Honourable Modise, and what are you raising?
Point of order, Chair. I just want to check if Honorable Boshoff is aware that Black Coffee is a well-known, celebrated DJ. When she says she doesn't like him, it sends a wrong message. Thanks.
Honourable Modise, I think that is not a point of order, and possibly it's an opportunity for a learning moment, and maybe you can do that over a cup of whatever beverage you enjoy outside the House when you're chatting to Honourable Boshoff. Minister, please, if you can reply to the question.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. The department cannot really do what you are suggesting, where we make analysis who was appointed, who's the contractor, because that is not, local government is not under us. That is not our space, but the Department of Local Government, COGTA, could do that better. You say it is true, Honourable Boshoff, that people have seen this water tanker as a lucrative business. In December, here at OR Tambo Airport, somebody just came to me, because I don't go via protocol. Mina ngihamba nabahlali la, because I want to hear what are you saying. Ngihamba nani la. So this person just said to me, you Sisi, you must mind your language when you talk about water mafias. Because this December, we did not have our cooler boxes. Because you instructed your teams to work and put security on water treatment plants where the big valves are. We know where the valves are. We are given information that we must break those valves so that we can get money for December. And now when you up security, it means you make us to have a Black Christmas, and we cannot have a Black Christmas because of you. That is why today, as I speak, I have death threats throughout, because I must say yes to water mafias. And I'm standing here to say water mafias are sabotaging this country. They are doing terrorist work, and they must be charged accordingly. We said to SIU when we're launching this anti-corruption forum to say, fortunately, Mr. Mutibi, Advocate Mutibi, was in the SIU. He understands. We said now the cases that has something to do with vandalism, they must take precedence when it comes to NPA, because those cases, they end there without being attended to. I fully agree with you that on the amendment of cases, this must be treated as a priority crime, because it sabotages the country, it sabotages the livelihoods, it is costing the health of our people. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. The last supplementary question on this set will come from Mr. Sibande.
Minister, no matter I'm partially covered, but I'll do this. Honorable Minister, residents and political groups in Nkomazi allege a high prevalence of water mafias deliberately sabotaging infrastructure to create demand for private water tankers, which then charge residents high fees ranging from 400 to 700 for water. This is why community activist Sizwe Nyambi, known for speaking out against corruption and water mafias in Nkomazi, was shot multiple times for accusing Nkomazi local municipality officials for colluding with water mafias to sabotage the water system in the area. My question, has the department in partnership with Nkomazi local municipalities and South African police carried out any investigation into the involvement of water mafias in vandalizing water infrastructure in Nkomazi area? If so, what are the details? And does this also focus on the allegation of water price gauging? I'm doing this so that the minister can elaborate more. Khona Makhanda and Khun.
Thank you, Mr. Sibande. Minister, if you can reply to that, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Sibande. Ndakuvusela. The municipality own the assets that get vandalized by water mafias. It is therefore the responsibility of the municipality to open the case, a corruption or criminal case when the infrastructure has been destroyed or vandalized. It was unfortunate that Mr. Sizwe Nyambi was attacked, because if you speak truth to power, you become very much unpopular to water mafias. And I must say, this is a very dangerous zone that we are working in. They kill in water. They don't think twice. They kill in water. We made a submission during our launch of anti-corruption to say all our cases, we have more than 458 cases that are sitting with NPA that are not processed. We requested a fast tracking of those cases, because if we can make an example with 1 or 3 people, then people might pull back. But now they see there's nothing that is happening. You vandalize, you do this, nothing is happening. So that proposal that we must also, I think I hear your message saying that make follow up with Nkomazi. How far are they with this case? Can this case be made a priority case so that you can teach 1 or 2 lessons to all the mafias? It is unfortunate that ordinary pensioners have to pop up money to buy water. And that water, I was saying to municipalities, where are they getting this water? They're getting this water from their own treatment plant, but they sell it to you. They don't buy water, they sell it to you. But there is no monitoring of a water tanker. If the water tanker claims 20,000 liters that is delivered, nobody. We said then you have ward committees. At what stage are ward committees controlling and monitoring these water tankers, so that when you pay, you know that you pay for something that has been delivered? If you follow these water tankers, the water is leaking in those water tankers. By the time they arrive there where they were supposed to deliver 10,000, they might arrive there with 2,000, and they claim the entire amount. But if you can check where did they deliver water, nobody can confirm that. And I will say the Auditor General has some findings on water tankering in most of the municipalities. That is why most of them got disclaimer, because they can't account on the activities of the water tankers where they are paying money. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Minister, we move on to question number 70. Question 70 was posed by the Honourable Mr. E. Nzimande from the Gauteng MKP party. It relates to the water service authorities and the interventions into them. If you can reply to question 70, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, when Parliament, especially NCOP, through the request of intervention on section 139. It is only then we come in as a Department of Water and Sanitation and assist on section 63. Section 63 and section 139 of the Constitution, they go as twins, but the unfortunate part of section 63, we use the available budget that we have. So we're unable to intervene every time. We can only intervene to a certain extent when the municipality has been intervened through section 139. We have assisted in 4 municipalities on section 63. Mfuleni. The bad part of this is that you go in Mfuleni, you do everything. When you pull out, it goes back to where it was. You get in on section 63 in Machabeng. When you pull out, it go back to square one. So we can't stay there forever. Can't be perpetually there because even the budget does not allow us. Mfuleni, Uthukela, Umkhanyakude, and Machabeng are the 4 municipalities that we have intervened. We work with COCTA as well as that part of MISA. The National Treasury is also assisting these municipalities on what Honorable Boshoff was talking about, the financial recovery plans. The financial recovery plans go together with the debt relief program by National Treasury. But now we come through the 2 grants. What must happen to turn around the situation? We must invest, municipalities must invest on the water and sanitation infrastructure. They must ring-fence water sales. They must maintain the water infrastructure. They must enforce bylaws. They must build enough storage and capacity. Remember the case that happened on the 30th and 31st of January when the Zeker-Bosch had an explosion. The reason why there was no water from that day in Gauteng is because the reservoirs are leaking. So there is no storage capacity to keep water should there be an emergency of anything. So when the reservoirs are unable to store water, once there's a slight irritation, people won't have water. So we are saying, as part of an intervention, we must also focus on municipalities that, in their equitable share, they must showcase that this is put aside for water reservoirs. In Lembe municipality, I was there 2 weeks ago. You see, they are building big reservoirs. They are saying our economy is growing, our population is growing, we need more reservoirs. But they've insourced water tankering, 30 water tankers they bought. Johannesburg, with the big population, they bought 20 water tankering, they've insourced them. That is why they are unable to intervene here and there. But what is more important is that municipalities must do the auditing of skills. Because if you don't have a water scientist, you don't have a water engineer, how are you going to take care of the infrastructure which has something to do with water and sanitation? Surely you'll be unable to do that. But as I finished, the support that we are giving, as I said, that it is for restoration and augmenting the water. To assist them to also achieve a good drop report. We have consolidated the report. By end of March, we're going to release that report. The report is getting worse, it's getting bad, the drop report. There's pollution, they don't meet standards that will give us quality water. So we are chasing a moving target, unfortunately, but we want to have we should to have a legal authority that can give directives to municipalities. But unfortunately, we don't have all that to add on section 139, so that we can put the things that are not supposed to be done and what must be done with immediate effect. But that does not allow allow us a space to do that.
Thank you, Minister. You will have time to respond further, I'm sure, with the follow-ups. Mr. Nzimande, if you have a follow-up to ask, now's the time.
No, thanks, Chair. I have taken notice that the Honorable Minister has indicated that there are some interventions that are being made. Will such interventions include technical support, capacity building, and if such has happened, can we be able to be informed of the quantified, measurable outcomes in terms of those interventions, whether they are bearing some positive results or there are still challenges, and what could be those challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nzimande. I'm not sure how detailed the Minister's response can be, noting the rules on follow-up questions, but Minister, if you can reply, please.
Yes, thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Nzimande. Mpepet, we'll send the list of saying when we intervened in this municipality, this is the skills that we've transferred. This is the capacity that we've given to them. What is the situation right now? Is there a change or a municipality is regressing? We are going to do that. In terms of pollution, we have opened 63 cases, criminal cases for municipalities. 53 is from DWS, 10 by DFFE. We have laid those criminal charges because what we do, we go in IGR, municipality don't pollute the rivers. Please provide clean quality water as we give you that water. People from Lesotho are saying we give you water being green, being blue from the mountains. It comes down, but when it is in South Africa, it becomes brownish. What has happened? We say we take water from bulk water supply, blue, but when it arrives there, it's greenish when it arrives in the taps. And that shows that the quality of our water is deteriorating on a daily basis. Hence, we open these criminal charges for sewage pollution against 63 municipalities. So I want to commit here, Chair, that once we get, even if it can be just a written question so that we can give you a full response on the list of what we have done and what is bearing fruit, what is not bearing fruit, and what more that must be done. We'll respond happily on that question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's go to Mr. Mabibo for a supplementary question.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honourable Minister, I am sure you will agree that water has become one of the international crises, including in the developed countries of the North. Given the multifaceted drivers of the persistent challenges of water and sanitation in South Africa, has any study been conducted by the department to make appropriate determination of these drivers, including but not limited to the historical accounts of poor governance, rampant mismanagement and corruption during the wasted 9 years under former President Jacob Zuma, and how such challenges can be addressed decisively going forward? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mabibo.
Ungaphumi.
Reply to that, Minister, yeah.
Ungaphumi, Baba. Thank you very much, Honourable Mabibo, through you, Honourable Chair. You might think that crisis is only here in South Africa. It's global. Water crisis is global. This year has been declared by the United Nations as the year of water and sanitation. On the 14th and 15th of February, I was with the President to go and report in the African Union, which has also declared 2026 as the year of water and sanitation towards Agenda 2063. South Africa, with all the challenges that we have, but we are still far much better than other countries. For that matter, we are a champion of water investment and water provision in the entire continent, to an extent that I'll be co-chairing with France the UN Water Conference in December, because we don't shy away to say, here are our problems. We don't shy away in inviting the investors. We hosted an Africa Investment Water and Sanitation Summit here in Cape Town in August, which was attended by 5 heads of state and His Majesty King Mswati. And in there, we invited the financiers to say, you must invest where your mouth is. If there is no water, there is no investment. You can't make business unless you partner with government, you partner with local municipalities. The pledge that was committed there by financiers throughout the continent was 12 billion per year, because the gap in terms of water investment and water funding is very huge. All the funds are taken somewhere else on other social services throughout the continent. We further said the heads of state must ensure that they cut budget when it comes to guns, because the entire continent is affected by wars, because they don't silence the guns. So now, for the first time, that we get water being prioritized by the presidents. Hence, our president last year said water is a top priority. This year said water is a crisis. So with that pace, we are dealing with the global community. So the study has been conducted in the continent, hence our intervention. We can provide, Honorable Mabebo, we can provide you with that list or that document on of the studies that has been conducted, and to say what are the cost drivers. The mining industry, they mine, but they don't invest in water. When they abandon those mines because they're no longer productive, they leave them as they are. Hence, the illegal miners, about Zamazama, they use a lot of water. And the community of Mukhade City, you name them, towards the West Rand, they pay for water that they've not even utilized. They pay for the water that goes to the mines. So there's a lot that is happening, but even if they are operational, they consume a lot of water. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Let's take the next supplementary question, which will be posed by the Honourable Brits.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, the mere fact that 105 water services authorities have failed in their constitutional duty and obligations towards their citizens demonstrate local government failure. Is government considering structural reforms to transfer water services to capable entities to manage water services? And if so, what are these reforms being considered?
Thank you, Honourable Brits. Please reply to that, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, through you. Thank you, Honourable Brett, for this question. These 105 municipalities, some are water service authority, at the same time there's water service providers. So I said earlier on, we have an amendment bill that is already here in Parliament, which is supposed to be with committees. We want to differentiate these two. But the issue is there is a failure in that space. The reforms are supposed to be done by June this year. We think once that is done, it will ease the pressure. But also we have requested COCTA, because COCTA is the one that appoints or accord status in these municipalities, whether it become WSA or WSP, so it's COCTA. So we've given that report of 105 to say this is what we have profiled, and they went out as COCTA and they came back with the same finding to say, indeed, these municipalities are collapsing. What are you doing? Is there any good lesson from this? Mbombela, Nelspruit in particular, they are using concessions. They don't use municipality has appointed the company that run their water infrastructure, but that company is oversighted by municipality. They do collection, they do fixing, they maintain the water infrastructure. Same applies Ilembe. They have done that around Balito. Around Balito, the South African Water Services company is running that on behalf of Ilembe. They collect and pay whatever that is supposed to be paid to Ilembe and keep what they are supposed to keep, but maintain the infrastructure. So that is not a privatization, but it is the implementing agent that gets appointed. But the question is, if you appoint an implementing agent, those people who are employed to do this work, what is that they are doing? Are they just getting salary without doing anything? So that's a $1 million question, unfortunately. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's go to the last supplementary on this particular set of questions. It'll be asked by Honorable Makasini.
Thank you, Chair. Ministers, we have officials like municipal managers and that are ignoring the early warning signs of the collapsing of the infrastructure that affect the community because abantu ba end up abisela amanzi amdaka. What are we doing to make sure they're held accountable, as the President was clear on the State of the Nation, that those officials, which I hope that will include although the water boards members, because also they are also contributing to the failing of the infrastructure in the municipality, including maybe the truckers of the municipality. When are we starting to make sure, since example, especially to those 4 municipalities that you said when we come with the intervention, the 4 municipality after you left, they continue. Obviously, they are not willing to assist, and the consequence management must be applied to all of them. So when are we starting so that maybe people, if we can start with 2 or 3, they will learn their lesson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makasini. Your reply, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Makasini unyanisile. Into yoba uyafika uncedisa abantu bawuhambayo babuyele emva. Kwenziwa ntoni ke? Ingaba aba municipal manager bayakwazi into yoba bake batshutshiswe betshutshiselwa lo msebenzi bangawenziyo. Isebe limele ukwenza loo nto lele lingukhokta. Imibuzo emininzi ekhoyo apha ihamba ichaphazele ukhokta kuba thina sinikezela ibulk. Kodwa xa sekufika ekuthini amanzi mawangene endlini asisekho kufutshane nalapho. Mhlawumbe abantu babesenza umgaqo siseko babengazange bayiqonda kwangoko into yoba le nto ifuna siwaqala amanzi siyowagqiba. Ngoku siwashiye esithubeni amanzi. Akufanele uba mawathathwe ngomnye umuntu ongenayo le passion sinayo yonto yoba la manzi mawayofika emzini. Aba municipal manager enye ye-performance agreement yakhe kumele into yoba umunicipal manager atsho into yoba ndifike i-infrastructure ikule ndawo ndayithatha ndayibeka apha. So umbuzo wakho mhle kakhulu. Kutheni ndingacebisi into yoba usukubuze phaa utata uhlabisa into yoba benza ntoni ngee-municipal managers ezingawenzi umsebenzi abamele kuwenza. Kodwa mhle kakhulu lo mbuzo into yoba ekugqibeleni mangabikho mntu nje ophila kamandi engawenzi umsebenzi kodwa abe erhola. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Minister, and we'll be sure to take that up with Minister Tlhabisa. Let's move now to the last set of questions for the day. The question is question 65. It's the amount owed by government departments, and the question was posed by the Honorable Molokome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thanks to the question by Honorable Molokome. The collection of revenue for water and sanitation services is provided by municipalities to different government departments and state-owned entities. And that falls within their mandate as water service authorities or water service providers. Be that as may, there is huge amount that these municipalities are owed. Last time I checked with Salga, the total amount was about 400 billion nationally, where municipalities are owed by government departments at a national level, at a provincial level. And I said to Salga, do what we are doing. Write to National Treasury and say to National Treasury, hold the budget of education, health, you name them. Those who are not paying, hold their budget up until they pay municipalities. Some national departments and provincial departments, they have contributed to the state of municipality. Because if a small municipality of the 1-2 dorpies is owed 4 billion, that's a lot for them. But they are unable to at times they try to cut electricity, to cut water, but when they do that, communities suffer. So I'm unable to quantify how much, but COGTA will be able to do that because I don't work with municipality accounts, but COGTA will know because every month when municipalities are giving their report, they say we are owed this much, but the plan to recover what is owed to them in terms of municipalities is really not assisting them currently. So I think as we go towards that water task team or crisis committee, we are going to come up with a plan to say how far can municipalities go to demand their money from the departments that are owing them. The department cannot just operate and be taken or be treated as charity by municipalities who don't have a revenue, who depends on that revenue. So if they don't pay, they must not get water, they must not get electricity from the very municipality. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's offer Honourable Molokome a chance to ask a supplementary question.
No, thank you, House Chair, and thanks, Minister, for answering that question. And if you can still recall, Minister, this question was asked last year. So I wanted you to make more emphasis on it. So you have answered my follow-up question, Minister. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Molokome. Let's move then to the Honourable Badenhorst with a supplementary question.
Afternoon, Minister. Minister, prove to us how serious you are about this. Tell us which accounting officers or departments have faced financial misconduct consequences for failing to settle municipal accounts, please.
Thank you, Honourable Badenhorst. Back to you, Minister.
I did not hear the question. Who?
Honourable Badenhorst, why don't you ask again, please?
I'll go slowly, Minister. This is your chance to show us how serious you are about the statements you just made in answering Honourable Molokome's question. Tell us how many accounting officers or which accounting officers and departments have faced financial misconduct consequences for failing to settle municipal accounts, please.
Thank you, Honourable Badenhorst. Your reply, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Badenhorst, thank you very much for that question. The primary question is about the debt owed to municipalities by departments. And there was nothing that was specific to my department. But what I usually do is to check with all our offices whether we're owing municipalities or not. As far as I know, we don't owe. But I don't have details of other department and other state-owned enterprises. How much are they owing? Which officials? Because they are not under my mandate. So it should be different ministers, different departments taking action against their their officials who are not paying municipalities. But we don't enter into that space. But Salga raised it with me to say, I'm unable to pay water bills because government, national, provincial is owing me. So I said, package all that and seek for intervention from the president. When I was in the Eastern Cape, when I was MEC for Public Works, what I did was to compile the list of all departments, my colleagues that are owing municipalities in terms of the rental, in terms of the services. Then I took it to the cabinet, and the premier then was Premier Nokolo Kivit. He then said to provincial treasurer, don't release any budget up until the minister, I mean the MEC and the HOD and the CFO, they must sign a payment agreement with clear amounts per year, so or per month. So I think that should be the way to go. But SALGA, as an association of local government, they must assist those municipalities to make a very strong case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's go to the Honourable Sawisa.
No, thank you, Chair. Greetings, Minister. Minister, given that reliable access to water is a fundamental human right, and noting the significant strain on aging water infrastructure across various municipalities in the Western Cape, which has led to a provincial disaster declaration earlier on this year, what progress have you made with the upgrading of and renewal of bulk water infrastructure in Western Cape municipalities? Can you provide a specific time frame as to when residents in the most affected areas can expect a normalization of water supply services following the completion of these critical upgrades? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sawisa. Your reply, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. You see, in South Africa, we have two extreme weathers. The weather conditions are too extreme. Limpopo, Mpumalanga, KZN, part of Gauteng, Northwest, Eastern Cape is flooding. The dams are full. You see, I become happy when it's raining. Then I know the consequences. People are washed away, houses. But Mina, I'm the happiest person, handsome babe swamans, because I want rain to fill up the dams. But when those dams are full, then the communities suffer. In the Western Cape, it's a different game ball altogether. It's drought. Western Cape does not have water in summer. They don't, because they don't have rain. What we are doing in the Western Cape, especially in the Garden Route, were intervening there because they were in February. There were 10 days towards day zero. We had to go there and intervene to assist that municipality of Knysna, municipality of George, Canaland, and you name them around the Garden Route. So in 2018-19, and 2008-09, when there was day zero, the department drilled a lot of boreholes there. The department constructed the desalination plants. Immediately they were out of day zero. They did not take care of those boreholes. All of them are vandalized. All those desalination plants are no longer there. So we took money from Free State, because the Free State was not spending on the grants that we've allocated them. So we took money from Free State. It's painful to take money from another province, but we had to do it because we don't want it to go back. We took money from Free State to intervene in Knysna in particular, where we are drilling boreholes there. We have assisted them in terms of augmenting their water, but the dam that is there is very small. So our long-term plan is to build a better dam there. In George, already we've funded a big water treatment plant in George. I'll be there soon, I think about the 27th, I'll be around George to open the second phase of that. So there are interventions that we are doing in these areas. But where there is there are extreme floods, we wish that we could keep that water for longer, so that when droughts come, at least we have reservoirs that are storage, with a storage capacity. That is what is not happening. So part of the intervention should be that build bigger storage, look at the population and the water demand versus water supply, and keep water for longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And the last follow-up question of the day goes to the Honourable Breert on the virtual platform.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, my signal is dipping. Honourable Minister, I just want to find out from you, with regards to this data owed by government departments, are we seeing an impact to the sustainability of water and sanitation services in municipalities due to this data owed? And are you in some way or form, as the Department of Water and Sanitation, assisting those municipalities to ensure that water and sanitation is still sustainable despite the data owed by government? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Breert. And your reply to that, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much, Honourable Breert. In eThekwini, in 2024, on Christmas Day, when there was no water because of over or consumption and high level of non-revenue, I had to intervene on the 25th, where I was called by the business sector, the hospitality industry, the taxi industry to say there is no water. We called an urgent meeting whilst people were still busy with morning, the 7 colors, lunch and things. We had to work. We gave an increase in terms of abstraction license. We said for 3 months, attend to your leaks. We'll give you more water. And after 3 months, when we made the assessment, little was done. People became comfortable and not do anything. Then we extended to 6 months, and to say beyond 6 months, we're not going to assist. That is why the president's intervention on a presidential working group is now bearing fruit in eThekwini. In Johannesburg, Gauteng, but Johannesburg in particular, when there was no water, which made me not to be part of the State of the Nation address, I missed the red carpet. The red carpet missed me so lot. So I was not there. I was sent to Gauteng. So what we made analysis that the reservoirs are not picking up. Hence, there was protest across Midrand to Kensington, Melville, everywhere. What we did was to bring Rand Water, Joburg Water, City of Joburg, and ourselves and Cocta. We said we are going to increase the license, abstract more, but as you abstract, close your leaks. A week thereafter, you are called by the mayors. No, this water is too much now. It is going down the street. It will go down the street if you don't close your leaks. So why hammer umulatu, why lesa umulatu. So you end up not knowing. Increase, when you increase, lot of water gets wasted. When you don't, no, you don't care about us. So we are in that situation between the hard, the rock and the hard place. But we are trying to assist municipalities. If they can just focus on their major links, close major leaks, then abstraction license is not a problem. We do it. Last week, I did it for Polokwane. Polokwane had a situation of not having water from mid-February until end of February. We have intervened there. We have increased the abstraction. But as we do that, we say, please look at your infrastructure so that as we give you more water, you must also restore water in your storage capacity. Close all the leaks even around your own reservoirs. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. As we invite you to resume your seat. Honourable delegates, I'd like to thank Minister Machudina. I'd like to thank the MECs and all other special delegates that have joined us today. I'd like to thank the permanent delegates, especially those that took time to pose questions, and the SALGA representatives for all availing yourselves for today's sitting. Honourable delegates, that concludes the business of the day, and the House is therefore adjourned. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.